In this English listening and vocabulary masterclass, you're going to boost your listening skills and pick up real everyday vocabulary, all from a native British English speaker and teacher. My name is Harry and I'm a native English speaker. I was born and raised in London, England, and I'm also an English teacher. I've helped thousands of students from all around the world improve their fluency and confidence, and now it's your turn. Let's get started. Donald Trump has become the new US president. Hello friend, my name is Harry and this is Learn English with British Harry. I am British and a British English teacher. I was born in London and I am a native English speaker. What does this mean? Being a British English teacher has meant I have taught thousands of students from all over the world, from beginner to advanced. With this vast amount of experience has enabled me to really help my students to progress their English learning. They have gone on to pass important exams, secure high-paying jobs, and being able to enrich their lives by learning English. Being a native speaker means that I understand English in context. So it's not just about learning vocabulary and grammar, but knowing how to use this in real-world situations. Today we're going to look at a news article about Donald Trump becoming the president. So here we have Donald Trump officially becomes new US president. Now, what does officially mean? Well, officially means something done in a formal or authorized manner, recognized and approved by an official authority. So Donald Trump cannot just say, now I am the president. It needs to be done in an official way. So, for example, you could say the park was officially opened by the mayor during the ceremony. It's something that everyone agrees on. It's done in a formal manner and it has more authority as well, by an official authority. Donald Trump has officially become the 47th president of the United States. Here we have the present perfect tense, has become. This tense is used when an action happened at an unspecified time in the past, but is relevant to the present. So the focus is on the result of the action, not the exact time it occurred. For example, you could say, I have lived in New York for 5 years. This means that I started living in New York 5 years ago and I still live there. The action, living in New York, has happened at some point in the past and continues to the present. In a special ceremony called an inauguration, President Trump took over from Joe Biden as America's new leader. An inauguration is a formal ceremony where someone, such as a president, is officially given their new position or role. It marks the start of their time in power. So it's an official ceremony where everyone can recognize, okay, you can start your job now. A number of US presidents, including Mr. Biden, attended the ceremony. It was moved inside the US Capitol building in Washington, D.C. for the first time in 40 years due to freezing temperatures. Due to this preposition introduces the reason for the event. So the freezing temperatures. So we have a condition, the freezing temperatures. So due to this event, something else happened. So they moved the ceremony inside. In his first speech as president after swearing the oath, Mr. Trump promised to make America greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. An oath. So an oath here is a serious promise to do something, especially in an official or formal way. So Trump swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. This means he made a formal promise to fulfill his duties as president. Another example could be, doctors take an oath to care for their patients and save lives. Exceptional. This means very special, better than usual, or rare. For example, his performance in the competition was exceptional, earning her the first prize. To help with your English journey, I have created a fantastic free ebook. It contains 5 brilliant tips to help you to improve your English in a practical way. The ebook is completely free to download, and you will find a link to it in my description. It's the second time that Mr. Trump has taken on the role, having previously served as president before Joe Biden between 2017 and 2021. The golden age of America begins right now. What is the golden age? Well, this means that a very successful, happy, or prosperous time for America is starting now. Prosperity means being rich, successful, or doing well. So Donald Trump, he said this to show confidence and hope that his leadership would bring great success and improvement to the country. Mr. Trump won the election in November 2024. In America, there's a delay of 2 months after the election as power changes hands from one president team to the next. In order to officially become president, Mr. Trump swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So the phrase preserve, protect, and defend, it comes from the office of the President of the United States, which is stated in the US Constitution. So the US Constitution, it's a document that sets up rules for how the US government works. It explains how the country is run, what the government can and cannot do, and protects people's rights like freedom of speech. So it's very important. It was written in 1787 and is the most important law in the US. After Mr. Trump was sworn in as president, cannons were fired. He was seen celebrating with his wife, First Lady Melania Trump, his family, and new Vice President J.D. Vance. Following his oath, Mr. Trump gave his first speech as president, which is known as the inaugural address. Here we have a relative clause, which is known as the inaugural address. The clause which is known is a relative clause that provides more information about the speech. So they are explaining the name of the speech. In it, he stated that the golden age of America begins right now, and that the US will be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than before. He added that he felt confident and optimistic that his presidency is the start of a thrilling new era of national success. An era is a period of time in history that is different from other periods because of certain events, changes, or important people. For example, you could say when Messi retires, who is a very famous footballer, it will be the end of an era. So an era is a really important period of time. He also repeated his well-known phrase from the election campaign by promising to make America great again. The day started with Mr. Trump attending a morning service at St. John's Episcopal Church, which is an inauguration day tradition. Some of the world's most powerful tech leaders were also present, including the world's richest man, Elon Musk, Amazon boss Jeff Bezos, and Apple's CEO Tim Cook. CEO stands for Chief Executive Officer. It is the highest ranking person in a company or organization, and they are responsible for making major decisions and managing the overall operations and resources. After the church service, Mr. Trump and his wife Melania traveled to the White House, where they were greeted by outgoing President Biden and his wife Jill. They sat down together for tea before it was time to head to the Capitol building for the inauguration ceremony. Historically, US presidents take the oath outside in front of huge crowds of supporters that gathered on the grounds of the mall. Here we have take. So the verb take is in the simple present tense here. It's used to describe habitual or general actions. So it's the usual practice for presidents to take the oath outside. However, bitterly cold temperatures predicted to the lows of -11 in Washington, D.C. meant that proceedings were moved inside to the Capitol's rotunda. So here we have bitterly. It's used as an adverb to describe something that is done with strong feelings of anger, resentment, or unhappiness. It can also refer to something that is extremely unpleasant or harsh, such as weather conditions. So, for example, if something is emotionally intense, when someone feels strong negative emotions like anger or sadness, you could say, she bitterly regretted not taking the job offer. It can also refer to something harsh or extreme. So this is usually weather. So here, the wind was blowing bitterly cold, making it hard to walk outside. I don't like it when it's bitterly cold. I can handle when it's cold, but when it's bitterly cold, it's extremely cold. So there you have it. Donald Trump has now officially become the new US president. So now I will read the article to help you with your pronunciation. Donald Trump officially becomes new US president. Donald Trump has officially become the 47th President of the United States. In a special ceremony called an inauguration, President Trump took over from Joe Biden as America's new leader. A number of former US presidents, including Mr. Biden, attended the ceremony. It was moved inside the US Capitol building in Washington, D.C. for the first time in 40 years due to freezing temperatures. In his first speech as president after swearing the oath, Mr. Trump promised to make America greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. It's the second time that Mr. Trump has taken on the role, having previously served as president before Joe Biden between 2017 and 2021. The golden age of America begins right now. In America, there is a delay of 2 months after the election as power changes from hands from one president's team to the next. In order to officially become president, Mr. Trump swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. After Mr. Trump was sworn in as president, cannons were fired. He was seen celebrating with his wife, First Lady Melania Trump, his family, and his new Vice President, J.D. Vance. Following his oath, Mr. Trump gave his first speech as president, which is known as the inaugural address. In it, he stated that the golden age of America begins right now, and that the US will be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. He added that he felt confident and optimistic that his presidency is the start of a thrilling new era of national success. He also repeated his well-known phrase from the election campaign by promising to make America great again. What else happened? Earlier in the day, Joe Biden and his wife Jill welcomed President Trump and his wife Melania to the White House. The day started with Mr. Trump attending a morning service at St. John's Episcopal Church, which is an inauguration day tradition. Some of the world's most powerful tech leaders were also present, including the world's richest man Elon Musk, Amazon boss Jeff Bezos, and Apple's CEO Tim Cook. After the church service, Mr. Trump and his wife Melania traveled to the White House, where they were greeted by outgoing President Biden and his wife Jill. They sat down together for tea before it was time to head to the Capitol building for the inauguration ceremony. Historically, US presidents take the oath outside in front of huge crowds of supporters that gathered on the grounds of the mall. However, bitterly cold temperatures predicted to reach lows of -11 in Washington, D.C., meant that proceedings were moved inside to the Capitol's rotunda. Well done. Now let's have a look at some debate questions and have a look at the general gist of the article. So here, what do you think about Trump's promise for a golden age of America? It sounds very hopeful, doesn't it? He is promising to make America great again. He has some plans, but I think that we need to know about the details of these policies to see if they will help everyone or just some people. If the plans will only help some people, then other people will lose out. They will suffer as a consequence. So we have to wait and see what will happen. So I think for sure it will be an interesting time. When he was president for the first time, it was very interesting. He was in the news a lot. So for him to become president again, it feels quite strange. It feels like we're living in an alternative universe where he has become president again. So it's interesting to see what he will actually do and what the consequences of him becoming president will be. Now, what do you think about Trump? Would you have voted for Trump? So when it comes to politics, it's very interesting because sometimes neither person is a great option. So sometimes you're just voting for the lesser of two evils. But it'll be interesting to know, what do you think about Trump? Do you think he will be a good president? I think he will shake things up on the political stage. So it will be interesting to see what will happen. But for him to become the 47th president and to become president for the second time, he will go down in history. People learning about American history will learn about him. So even though he's incredibly wealthy, he is now incredibly powerful again. Brilliant. Well done. I hope you found this lesson interesting and informative. If you liked this lesson, please click on the like button. If you are new here, click on the subscribe button. Hello, my name is Harry and welcome to the Learn English with British Harry podcast. These podcasts are designed for you to be immersed in English. What does it mean to be immersed in English? Well, literally to surround yourself with English. The more that you can be exposed to English, interact with English, the easier and more enjoyable it will be to improve your English. So how are you today? I hope you're well. How will you improve your speaking and your general English? Well, I have 3 tips for you to improve your English in 2025. The first tip is to overcome your fear of speaking. Now, this is only natural, especially as adults. We can become scared of making mistakes. We don't want to feel embarrassed because as an adult, you've had to do a lot of things already in your life, and you've worked really hard to improve those skills. And when you're having to learn a new skill or do something new, it's extremely difficult to accept that you're going to have lots of failures along the way. But I think reframing failure as not failing but growing. So each time you make a mistake, be proud of yourself because you're improving. You're moving forward. You're allowing your brain to assimilate the information and make the connections. So whether it's new vocabulary, grammar, or an idiom or a phrase, when you hear this, you can try to reinforce that learning. I'm a firm believer in active learning, because once you learn a vocabulary word, it's really nice to use that in your daily life. So to help you to overcome the fear of speaking, try to make small talk with yourself. So for example, when you are making dinner, talk to yourself. You can talk out loud, which is really beneficial, or you can talk in your head. Describe the actions that you are doing. If you are chopping up an onion, if you are cutting a tomato, if you are frying some eggs. So narrate your activity. This is really useful. And along the way, you will find that you can start to have a conversation with yourself. So maybe I should dice the tomato smaller, or maybe I should cut the onion larger. This way, it's a bit more fun and it reinforces the learning. At first, it will be a bit strange, especially if people are listening to you thinking, what's this guy talking about? So it's very helpful to start talking to yourself. I think it's really good. You can also plan your day. Describe your plan for your day, especially when you wake up in the morning and when you go to sleep at night. I find these moments have been really beneficial for my students, because it's a quiet time of the day. You're just lying in bed, and it's really useful, especially before you go to sleep, as you start to think about, okay, tomorrow I will go to the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. I might do my exercise, my shoulders and my arms. I think I will have a smoothie when I come home from the gym. I have these tasks to do. So it's really beneficial. And then in the morning, you can reinforce that. So today, this morning, I have to do X, Y, and Z. In the afternoon, I have to meet my friend for a coffee, for example. Now, another thing you can do to overcome your fear of speaking is to record yourself. This is really beneficial. You can set up the camera or just turn on the voice recording on your phone or your laptop and do the same thing. Narrate your day and listen back. And at first, you may feel a sense of cringe listening to your. You do it, the better you will become, because you will hear a certain pronunciation or a certain grammatical error, and you can start to pick up on that. And even if you don't, that's fine, because the more that you do this, the more that you're making your learning interactive. It's not passive, it's more interactive. And remember, when you're speaking a language, everyone makes mistakes, small mistakes all of the time. It's more about the message that you're trying to convey. Can you articulate your thoughts? This is the main aim of improving your English, is to get to a point where you feel comfortable with expressing yourself and you become more coherent. So coherence is when an idea logically flows into another idea. And remember, it's not a linear experience. So when you're describing something, you can go off into lots of tangents, but then you can combine this information together. And that's why learning a language is so fun, because you can express yourself, you can make connections with other people. And the more that you overcome the fear of speaking, the more enjoyable it is. It actually becomes very creative. Number 2 is to immerse yourself in English. To really improve your English, immerse yourself, try to be surrounded by English. Watch British TV shows, YouTube videos, songs, even on your phone. You can change the language settings to English. And this way it forces you to be surrounded by English, reading newspaper articles as well every day. So when you get into the habit of being surrounded by English, it starts to seep into your head via osmosis. So osmosis is when Something filters slowly from where there's a lot of something to where there is a little amount of something. So this information will start to seep into your brain. Listening to these podcasts is a fantastic way to immerse yourself in English, whether you are at the gym, doing some housework, or just pottering around the house, and you listen to these podcasts, you're hearing some new vocabulary words, you're hearing the stress on certain words and the rhythm of speech. So immersing yourself is a fantastic way to improve your English. The third way to improve your English in 2025 is to write. Now, I find that writing has almost become old-fashioned now. I'm guilty of that myself. I hardly write, although I do try to keep a journal. And especially when I started my fitness journey, I wrote down everything that I was eating. And this really was a brilliant exercise to take accountability. So having a notebook and a pen, writing down your daily activities, your daily routines. You can also write your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. You can even take it one step further and write short stories. And just the act of using a pen and writing is brilliant. Now, you can also write online, social media posts. I encourage you to write in the comments to let me know how you are. How is your day going? What have you done today? So these are very good to, again, reinforce the learning. So when you have written something down and you look at the words, you think, wow, I wrote those words. Now, that can add to a sense of pressure, because when you are writing, you have many attempts at looking at it and trying to find the perfect word. This is why keeping a private journal is so good, because you allow yourself to overcome that fear of making mistakes. So you can just write about anything. And I think it's a really good way, another active way to improve your English. So as you can see, the theme for improving your English in 2025 is to be more active. When you watch some of my videos, watch them a few times, write down the vocabulary words, and try to use them in your day-to-day life. Even if you're talking with yourself, it's really, really beneficial. So I hope those tips have helped you. Now, as we go into 2025, it feels like another year, but this year will be positive. I really believe that when you have good intentions, when you have a strong belief that you can make this year a brilliant year, it will become a brilliant year. I remember when I was younger and I read this book called The Luck Factor. And this psychologist, he followed people for many years to find out if they were really lucky. And he discovered that luck was due to having more opportunities. Now, you can create more opportunities by having new experiences and improving your learning. In a sense, you can create your own luck. So I believe that when a situation gets difficult, and if you have a belief that this year is going to be fantastic, then you will find a way to circumvent, to go around, to go through that particular obstacle. You don't let anything hold you back because you have a strong belief. And I really believe that you can improve your English. Just keep working hard, have belief in yourself, keep immersing yourself in English, and make it fun and enjoyable. Having a goal is important as well. If you think about the benefits of learning English, you'll have more opportunities, more career opportunities. You can travel wherever you want to, and you won't have that fear. So just keep practicing, and I know you will improve. Hello, my name is Harry, and this is the Learn English with British Harry podcast. I have taught thousands of students, and these type of podcasts have really helped to improve my students' English. This podcast is designed to help you to be immersed in English. What does it mean to be immersed? Well, to be surrounded by English. And today I have a very interesting article for us to go through. The article here says why Swedes don't speak to strangers. In Sweden, casual chattiness is seen as needless since conversation is used for exchanging real, meaningful information. So this is quite interesting. We have some interesting words here. Casual chattiness. This means informal and light-hearted conversation, often without a specific purpose. For example, in many cultures, casual chattiness is common in coffee shops and public spaces. So this says in Sweden, having light-hearted or quick conversation is seen as needless, that it's not very important because they believe that conversation is used for exchanging or talking about important things. In many cultures, striking up a conversation with a stranger is the norm and could even lead to a budding friendship, but not for Swedes. So here, starting up. This is an interesting phrasal verb. This means starting, and it's often used with conversations or relationships. For example, she struck up a conversation with a stranger on the train. We have this word budding. Budding means to develop a friendship or career or a talent. So for example, their budding friendship grew over time. So in many cultures, striking up a conversation, starting a conversation is quite normal. If you're in a shop or in a public space and you start to make conversation with someone, it's seen as quite normal. But in some cultures, it's not. Now, in the UK, depending on where you are, it can be normal or it can be a bit strange. In London, for example, which is very busy, it can be a bit strange for people to strike up a conversation. But personally, I have really improved in that aspect. And I think it's really nice to strike up a conversation with a stranger, just to simply ask them, hello, how are you? But in some cultures, people can be a bit isolated and it can be a bit strange for them to strike up a conversation. Here, small talk is seen as futile and is referred to as kallprat, cold talk, or dodprat, dead talk. To avoid ending up in these situations, many Swedes have made an art of avoiding eye contact with strangers and acquaintances they might come across in the street by looking at their phones or staring at shop windows instead. So here, this word futile. Futile means pointless or incapable of producing any useful result. For example, his efforts to persuade her were futile. She had already made up her mind. So, pointless. So here, small talk is seen as pointless. I think it's quite funny here where they mentioned it's an art of avoiding eye contact by looking at their phones. And this is very common. I've experienced this many, many times. Now that I quite enjoy making small talk because I think it's really nice to acknowledge the other person's presence. Basically, we are all in the same boat. We're all human. We're trying to make our way through life. And it's quite nice to initiate a conversation with a stranger. So when I get into a lift, for example, or an elevator in America, so when I get onto a lift, I like to make eye contact and say hello. And I look for clues to initiate conversation. So, for example, if someone is carrying some shopping bags, I would ask them if they found any good deals today. Or a general question could be, how is your day going? Or the weather has been fantastic today. Or if you're in the UK generally, the weather is terrible today. So you're offering an olive branch for someone to initiate a conversation. And often, even if you're not in the mood to have a conversation, just having those small interactions and positive interactions during the day can make you feel better. People look at their phones and scrolling through their phones or looking at the shop windows to try and avoid eye contact. So for Swedes, the purpose of talking is to exchange meaningful information, and engaging in purposeless chit-chat simply hasn't been valued until now. So chit-chat. Chit-chat is light, informal conversation about unimportant topics. For example, the party was filled with guests engaged in small talk and chit-chat. For the past 4 weeks, Luleå, the 80,000 person capital of Sweden's northernmost county, has been encouraging residents to greet one another as part of an official campaign aptly called Sage Hedge, say hello. The city is located so far north that residents see as little as 3 hours of sunlight in the dead of winter. Wow. Which may contribute to their reputation of being reserved. In fact, people in Luleå are known to speak so little to one another that the word yes is often replaced with a sharp intake of breath. Officials are therefore hoping the campaign may help lift the mood of locals, especially those who may feel lonely. So we have this word aptly. Aptly means in a way that is appropriate or suitable for the circumstances. For example, the campaign was aptly named Say Hello because of its focus on encouraging greetings. So it's specific, it's particularly appropriate. Now, here, so they say especially those who may feel lonely. Now, some people may not feel lonely. Some people may feel okay. They may feel very happy. So some people may genuinely not like making small talk. They don't feel lonely. They feel okay. But this campaign is designed to encourage people. Saying hello to your neighbors is a small thing, but research shows that it can contribute to social bonds and have a positive impact on health, safety, and well-being, wrote city officials. Beyond Luleå, visitors to Sweden who attempt to start an informal conversation with a shopkeeper or waiter, even with the local greeting of hedge, are likely to be met with a flat hedge in response, often with a subtext of faint irritation or mistrust. Experts say this reserve could be due to Sweden being a sparsely populated country in a relatively vast landscape, whereby for hundreds of years people grew accustomed to rarely speaking with those outside their immediate circle. Subtext here means the implicit or underlying message or meaning behind spoken words or actions. For example, his polite words carried a subtext of frustration. So this is very common, especially in the UK. So people will come across as being polite, but there is a subtext, there's an underlying message of frustration, but they won't just come out and say, I am frustrated. So this can lead to not expressing your emotions, and it can lead to a lot of frustration building up. Now, so the research shows that saying hello can contribute to social bonds. So as simple as saying hello, because it makes you feel connected and part of the world, which is interesting because we have things like the internet, we have social media, and these things have made us more connected than ever before, but some people still feel isolated and lonely, because I think you need that real interaction in person. Being behind a screen is completely different. You miss out on body language, the tone of the voice. So it's very interesting and important to say hello in person. So this can contribute to social bonds and have a positive impact on health. So I think it can lower your stress, can lower your cortisol levels, make you feel better, so improving your well-being, feeling good. Okay, so another hypothesis is that this aversion to chit-chat could be linked to relatively low levels of immigration to Sweden until the 1960s. Minimal exposure to other cultures historically meant that Swedes were less likely to take up this decidedly un-Swedish practice. Here, this word aversion means a strong dislike or unwillingness to do something. For example, she has a strong aversion to public speaking. So it's something that you really don't like to do, or you're very unwilling to do. So it could be because of fear. For example, in this case, public speaking. It's a big fear for many people, being in a position where you have to speak to many people and you're the focal point. So let's carry on here. Yet, despite their seemingly cool exterior, Swedish people will almost always be polite and friendly, albeit simply in a different way to those from talkative cultures. In a country that reveres simplicity and practicality, it's best not to talk without a reason. So here, cool exterior. This means an outward appearance of calmness, detachment, or emotional reserve. For example, despite her cool exterior, she was deeply affected by the news. So from the outside, it looks like a person is very calm. They may seem detached, but they seem in control of their emotions. Reveres. This means to hold in deep respect or admiration. For example, in a country that reveres. So here, for example, in a country that reveres simplicity and practicality. So this means that Sweden greatly values simplicity and practicality. Something that you think is very important. So for them, this is something which they think is extremely important. So simplicity and practicality. So that was the article with some key vocabulary words. Now, if we go back to the top, now we can analyze and go through certain aspects in depth. So, is this unique to Sweden? Can you let me know, where are you from? And what is the culture with small talk? Firstly, do people make small talk, or do they not make small talk? And what do you think about small talk? Why is small talk important? In the article, they talk about social bonds, having a greater sense of well-being. Do you think that's the case? How does it make you feel when you make small talk? Do you feel better? It would be interesting to know. It's also interesting to think about the type of small talk. And like learning English, it always depends on the context. Some people may not want to make small talk. When do you think a person wouldn't want to make small talk? I would assume when a person is having a bad day. Maybe they've had something traumatic happen in their life. So when you try to make small talk and it doesn't work, I don't think you should take it personally. For example, if you try to say hello and how are you and you get ignored, or you see a sour face from another person, don't take it personally, because you don't know if something tragic has happened in that person's life and they don't want to talk about it, or they just may simply not be in the mood. But I don't think this should stop you from trying. I remember when I went into a bakery at a busy train station, and the person at the counter, before I paid or handed the money over for the sandwich, I asked the person, hello, I said, hello, how are you? And he just started to laugh. And I was confused. Why are you laughing? And he said to me that I was the first person to ask him that question. And at this point, it was 5 p.m. So he started work about 8 a.m. So throughout the whole day, no one had asked him how he was. They were simply paying for whatever they were wanting to buy. And in this way, a lot of social interaction has become transactional. When you go to a shop, it's just to buy something and then you leave. And the interactions you have with people is only transactional. So you'll only speak with people that you know or at work. But by just communicating with a stranger and asking them, how are you? How is your day going? It really meant a lot for him, and it made him feel better. It made him feel recognized that he was there, he existed. He wasn't just there to take your order, but he was there as a human being, so he felt really good. So small talk goes beyond, I think, the fear. Sometimes people may have a fear of initiating a conversation because they don't know if they'll get shut down. They don't know if the other person will be responsive or even wants to talk. But sometimes in life, you have to take the initiative. You have to be first. And it can be a ripple effect, because once that other person says hello back and you initiate a conversation, they may carry that on to the next person. And I think in terms of quality of life, what is your quality of life like day to day? And small things like this can improve your quality of life, because we all have stresses in life. We have to pay the bills, we have family problems, we may have health problems, but we are all human. We are in the same boat. And having this feeling, I think, is amazing. I think when you can make that connection with people, it makes you feel better about the day, because you're not in your own bubble. You're not thinking inside yourself all the time. You're thinking about the world outside of yourself. And an interesting point here is that they say that it may be due to the levels of immigration. So until the 1960s, immigration to Sweden was relatively low. Now it's started to pick up. So that could be another important point, that having diversity is important. When you live in an area which is diverse and you have exposure to other people, other cultures, I think it's wonderful because it takes you outside of your bubble. And many people feel comfortable in their routine and not going outside of their comfort zone because you know what to expect. Life is comfortable. You know who you're going to talk to, what you're going to talk about. But when you're exposed to new cultures, it may challenge your beliefs, your ideas. You can have more exposure to how different people think and talk, and I think it's really good. So, are you from Sweden or from a country which doesn't make small talk or casual or have casual chattiness? Let me know. And just to remind you, I have created a fantastic ebook. It contains 5 brilliant tips to help you to improve your English straight away. It's completely free and you will find a link to it in my description. So a lot of this lesson is off the cuff. When you talk off the cuff, you think of ideas on the spot and you try to connect your thoughts together. This year has been good. I've embarked on a fitness journey. I'm 42 and I feel that in my 30s, I've neglected my health somewhat. And this has happened, and it happens quite naturally. When you get married and you have children, you have less time to think about yourself and you have the dad bod. So your weight starts to increase gradually over time. And I think in my 40s now, I've started to get a few aches and pains. I think for me, what was the breaking point was when my knee started to click. I went to tie my shoelaces and I had a click in my knee, and I thought to myself, okay, no. For the future, I really want to be fit and mobile. So for the last few months, I've been taking the gym a bit more seriously, adding in stretching and mobility exercises. In my 20s, I used to exercise a lot more, and I was able to enjoy going out, clubbing, raving, seeing friends, being able to eat rubbish food, but I could always exercise and lose the weight very quickly. But as I've aged, I found it more difficult to lose that weight. And I think really taking stock of my lifestyle has really helped. So initially, I bought a very small notebook and I wrote down everything that I consumed. I could have done this on my phone, but I feel sometimes it's really nice to write down. And I feel that a lot of people lose that connection because everything is so digital. You can make notes on your phone, on your laptop. There are so many productivity apps. But I think just getting a piece of paper and a pen and just writing is a very cathartic experience. It enables you to get your thoughts out onto paper and to physically see it. I think there's a better mind-body connection when you write things down. And from that, I did that for a whole week. And then I saw exactly what I was putting into my body, because I was able to see, okay, I'm eating too late in the evening. And so I changed some of my habits. If I started to feel hungry, one of my go-to snacks is a rice cake with peanut butter on top. It doesn't sound very glamorous, but I made that connection in my head that when I felt my stomach expand, I felt full. And also trying to hydrate, drinking a lot more water. So I carry a water bottle wherever I go, and I take pride in making sure that I've hydrated and I'm drinking enough water. So on the health-wise, looking back at the year, I feel that I've started to make progress with that. And initially, I felt good. I felt motivated. I was getting the dopamine hit in my brain because I was progressing. but then you hit a plateau. Now, a plateau is when things stabilize. So you make a change, a new habit, you're progressing upwards, but then it levels out and you don't start to see much progress. So you start to question yourself. But I think it's just a compounding effect. And I think you can apply this to any part of your life. If it's learning English, it takes time. So learning new vocabulary, improving on your grammar, improving on your fluency and your listening skills, you are getting one step closer to improving your English. And this goes with everything in life, that it's about having that patience. And they say patience is a virtue. So it's something which is very good. And in today's society, it can be difficult to be patient when we live in a world where it's much more instant. We have news that breaks straight away, and you see this on Twitter or now X, and you're able to have entertainment wherever you go. You can just pull out your phone and you can entertain yourself. I remember back in the day, growing up, we only had 4 TV channels. So we were forced to watch whatever was on TV. And if there was a TV show that was boring, there was nothing you could do about it. You'd have to go and read a book or go and entertain yourself. Sometimes I would force myself to watch the Antiques Roadshow, which was a show about people bringing in their old antiques, and they're evaluated by other people. And sometimes you would find people be extremely surprised if they had a rare coin or a rare teacup, and the expert said this is worth £1,000. But that was my show, which was, okay, this is far too boring. I need to go and do something else. But today you can just change. You have a plethora of TV programs, video games to entertain yourself non-stop. And it's interesting because whenever you have one aspect, you have the opposite aspect. So you have a lot of people talking about meditation, being mindful, having a digital detox. And some people go to extreme lengths. For example, putting their phone in a box which has a code, and you set a timer, and you can only use your phone after a certain set time. So I think it's really interesting where we live in a day and age where we have so much information, so many sources of entertainment, but we have to learn to control ourselves. And sometimes being old school and going back to how humans entertain themselves through storytelling and spending time with other people can actually make you feel better overall, and it makes your quality of life better. Continuing this YouTube channel this year has been incredibly rewarding. It's been interesting, it's been difficult at times, but it's been wonderful being able to create these lessons, to provide value, and to help you to really improve your English. So it's been really, really interesting. It's been difficult at times because it's only natural as human beings to compare yourself to others, to wonder why your videos aren't getting more views compared to others, and comparing yourself. I think it's only natural. But I think that being positive and having a strong belief that you can achieve the things that you want to, I think is really important. Now, I think there are times where being positive is not enough. So in life, you have things like implicit bias. So people will be biased more towards a certain style or person or appearance. And I think in these times, it's really important to believe in yourself, to really think positively, and to make things happen. Now, it may mean that you may have to work harder than other people, but that's okay. I think just believing in yourself and being positive is really, really important. And I think if you think this way, you can overcome any obstacle. I think there's truth in the compounding effect. If you try to focus on what you can control and don't worry about what you can't, I think this leads to a greater sense of mental health and well-being. So this way, you can focus on, for example, with your health. You can focus on regularly exercising. If you can't get to the gym, focus on walking, doing body weight exercises in terms of your diet and nutrition. If you can't focus on reducing stress at work, for example, you can focus on trying to eat healthier, which will make you feel better. Me personally, for example, with this YouTube channel, I try not to focus so much on how other people are doing and just going for it and believing that you can. And this is something that you can control. So if you have a difficult situation in life and you focus on taking the small steps and not being afraid of failure, I think failure is such a wonderful thing. If I connect this with learning a language, when you're a child, it's much easier to learn a language because children are not afraid of failure. They will make mistakes all the time and it's accepted. But as adults, we often feel that if we fail, it's an indicator of how we are as a person, that we are a failure. But this is not true. Making mistakes is so important, and being able to recognize those mistakes and then slowly starting to improve. Success in life is not a straight line going up. You're going to go backwards, you're going to have dips, you're going to increase and then go backwards and down. But then eventually it's a compounding effect. Over time, each vocabulary word that you learn and practice reinforces your learning. I can relate that to this YouTube channel. I feel that every video, every lesson that I make, I keep getting better and better, hopefully. And I learn from the mistakes. It's very important also not to compare your journey with another person. And it can feel frustrating at times. You can see other people improving very quickly or being recognized. But I feel that, believe in yourself. Have faith in yourself. And keep chipping away. Because you are wonderful. Being alive now is wonderful. We have already succeeded, I feel. So do what you love. And in times when it gets difficult, it's really nice to have a routine and a schedule. So, for example, first thing in the morning, to review some vocabulary words before your day starts and life gets in the way. This is often what I like to do with exercise. I like to exercise as early as I can to get it out of the way, because life gets busy and you forget about it and you have so many things to do. And by the evening, it's very easy to stop thinking about exercise because you're tired by this point, and you can justify not doing something because you've had a very difficult day. It's the same thing with having just healthy food in the house. So if I don't have any junk food in the house, I wouldn't eat it. So I think surrounding yourself with positivity is really important. And these lessons, these podcasts are here for you to immerse yourself in English. Now, what does immerse mean? Immerse is when you are surrounded by it. So if you can surround yourself with English, listening to these podcasts when you're going for a walk, when you're going to the gym, when you're doing housework, and listening to English, being surrounded by English, reading English, it starts to change your mindset. And you not only do you pick up on vocabulary and grammar, but also the rhythm of speech. And then you can start to mimic that, you can start to copy that and incorporate that into your life. So I think positivity and overcoming obstacles is a way to lead a fulfilling life and to have a greater sense of mental health. And regularly checking in on yourself and having positive self-talk, I think, is really important. Because sometimes thinking positive is not enough. You can think positive. You can say, okay, I believe I can get a Ferrari or whatever you want. But then it doesn't materialize. So in these times, it's to really focus on what brings you joy, what brings you a sense of calmness, focus on that, and keep building step by step by step, and work on your positive self-talk, which is extremely important. Let's have a look at this here. So this is about a person called Kirat Asi. Now, if we read the title here, I'm not stupid, I've chosen to speak, says catfish victim duped for 9 years. So there's an interesting word, catfish. What does catfish mean? Well, catfish means to deceive someone on purpose online, usually to have a fake identity. And I think this was much more common in the past, before we had social media. So you had things like chat rooms, and if you're speaking to someone and they gave you information about themselves, they may be lying. But today, with social media, you can fact check and see if this person actually exists. So it's quite interesting to hear about someone being catfished. Then we have the word duped. So she was misled for 9 years. That's quite a long time. So whenever I see a number, I always encourage my students to think about deduction. What does the number tell you? Firstly, is it a high number? Is it a low number? Well, when we're thinking about age, it's relative, because 9 years, if you're living until 100, 9 years could be relatively low, but still it's quite a fair chunk of your life. It's almost a decade, it's almost 10 years. So that's an incredibly long time to be misled and to be catfished. So it's quite an interesting article. It's something which provokes and sparks some interest. There's I'm not sure about you, but I love watching thrillers, and I like finding out who the person is and trying to connect the clues and connecting the dots. So this is quite interesting. So how was this person able to be duped or conned for 9 years, which is a very long time? So let's have a look at the article here. It all started with a friend request. Kirat Asi thought she had hit the jackpot when Bobby, a handsome cardiologist, got in touch with her in 2009. So this is quite a nice phrase. She hit the jackpot. So when someone plays the lottery, they are hoping to win money. And if they have the winning numbers, they've hit the jackpot. They've won an enormous prize, an incredible prize. So she thought she had hit the jackpot, and naturally you would be extremely happy about that. And it gives some description. So a handsome cardiologist. Okay, he wasn't a total stranger. The pair were both from West London's Sikh community and had friends in common. This is quite interesting because he was not a complete stranger. So they had friends in common. So already I can see how she was able to be catfished, because there's an element of trust there when you have friends in common. So it wasn't a complete stranger. So Kirat accepted, and her online chats developed into deeper conversations before blossoming into a full-on love story. So blossoming here, if we think about flowers that start to blossom, they start off as small buds and then they start to grow bigger and bigger, and then they fully bloom. So this is something quite romantic. It's like a romantic story, that the love story starts to brew slowly and then gains momentum. The two became more and more entangled in each other's lives, but they never met, even after years of correspondence. Bobby would provide increasingly outlandish excuses. He had a stroke. He'd been shot. He had entered witness protection. So outlandish, these aren't normal excuses like I have the flu or I had family problems. These are excuses which are quite elaborate. So he'd been shot. He'd had a stroke. That seems understandable. But to have a succession of these quite dramatic events seems a little bit suspicious. And here, the tall tales. So if you say a tall tale, it's a story which is suspicious. There are red flags in the story, and it's a little bit suspicious. The tall tales, though, were always backed up by someone close to Bobby, also Kirat thought. So that's interesting. So there's an element of trust, because the friends that they have in common were able to validate his stories. So I can see how she would trust this story, even if it is extremely outlandish. In truth, she was the victim of a wildly elaborate and traumatizing catfishing scheme. After 9 years, when the excuses ran thin, Kirat finally came face to face with Bobby. So the excuses ran thin. So it's when the excuses start to become less and less believable. So he could say he had a stroke, but if he says he had a stroke 5 times, or if he entered witness protection 10 times, someone would naturally start to suspect, hey, something is fishy here, something is a bit dodgy, it doesn't sound quite right. So she's beginning to suspect things. So Kirat finally came face to face with Bobby, but she didn't recognize the person in front of her. The person she'd been messaging was her female cousin Simran, who had been the brains behind everything. So when you are the brains behind something, you are the person creating the plans. So if we think about big companies, we have things like Tesla, and people think the brains behind that is Elon Musk. It's the same with other big companies like Apple or Google. So the brains behind someone is the person with the intelligence to deceive someone or to do something. Looking back now, Kirit asks herself, how could you have been so stupid? Kirit's shocking story was a hit for podcast maker Tortoise in 2021. Now, 3 years on, Netflix has recently released a documentary which features her recounting her experience. So we can see now that this story was so outlandish, so crazy, so interesting that Netflix heard about it and created a documentary about it. She says that telling her story has prompted others to ask the same question. How can somebody fall for that? It also prompted abuse from some people online. So when you prompt something is to encourage something. For people who might still think I'm stupid, that's fine. You're allowed your opinion, she tells BBC Asian Network News. But Kirit says people shouldn't make assumptions, and countering these was partly what prompted her to tell her story. But Kirit says people shouldn't make assumptions. So she says, I'm not stupid, I'm not dumb, I'm the one that's chosen to speak. I'm the one that's put myself out in the firing line, and I hope others will come forward, she says. So to put yourself in the firing line, this is to put yourself in a vulnerable position. And it's not something that is easy to do. For example, if you're at work or at school or in a position where people are doing or saying the wrong thing, do you speak up about it? It could cause you to lose your job, maybe. And if it does, you'll have to go through a long appeal process. It could cause people to dislike you. And in today's society, being shunned by people is one of the worst things that people can imagine. If we go back thousands of years to times when we were cavemen, to be punished would mean to be ostracized from the group, to be banished from the group, because that meant death. Because now you had to fend for yourself in nature, you'd have to find food and clothing, and you wouldn't have support from other people. So when you're out in the firing line, you have to be incredibly brave and to know that what you are saying is correct and you're telling the truth. Which prompts another question. Why would someone who's been duped in this way put themselves in the public eye? Well, I think she's answered that right there, that she's chosen to speak so that other people are aware that these things do exist. Then she says, we have responsibilities towards our community. Kirit, who's from a Punjabi background, says speaking out was important because she wanted to challenge stigmas in the South Asian community. When someone has a stigma, this is usually negative. They have a stereotype about someone. For example, if we think about mental health, there can be a stigma with some people to talk about mental health, particularly in the South Asian community, because families are quite close together and people are worried about how it affects their reputation or how people view them if someone has mental illness, for example. So then she says, we are so scared to open up about these issues, she says, because of how a community will be seen by a wider society. The victims in our communities keep suffering. This is quite interesting because she is exposing and trying to encourage people to think about these issues. Kirit says her dad's reaction to her story is a good example of what she means. He doesn't want to know what happened, she says. Why is that? Why is he burying his head in the sand? Why doesn't he want to know what happened? Because to face up to what happened and how horrific it was, it's going to be painful. I love my dad, and I know my dad loves me, she says, adding, it's a different set of values that he has been brought up with. So this is quite interesting, that she is almost in a way condoning what her dad's reaction is, because yes, he may have a different set of values, but he's still not acknowledging what happened. So I think sometimes to talk about difficult things, to accept that it's painful, is something which is really powerful and very beneficial. Kirat says she hasn't spoken directly to the real Bobby about what happened, and puts this down to the community's reluctance to have difficult conversations. She wonders if her experience would have been the same if she'd come from another background. I'd be making different decisions, she says, because we have responsibilities towards our community. You have the pressure of family. So this can be because this can cause people to get into situations that are very difficult when this is life. These things happen. And I think being open about it, it takes away the other person's power. If people can look at what happened and accept that this wasn't Kirat's fault, but hey, we should support her. But we can see how within the community, there is a lot of pressure. I don't carry the victim mentality. Despite some negative reactions to the retellings of Sweet Bobby, Kirat says she would rather deal with questions up front. If you do see me, don't be scared to approach me, she says. And if you want to say something which might be controversial to me, it's okay. Let's have a discussion about it, she says. When Kirat's asked if speaking to a podcast or documentary producers has given a sense of closure, she's less certain. So to have a sense of closure is to feel mentally well. When you have closure, if you think about when you've read a book and you've closed the book, that's it. It's finished. And when you have closure, you've experienced acceptance. For example, when you have a breakup, a relationship, you have closure when you've accepted that the relationship is over. It can be the same way when someone has passed away and you have closure at the funeral, or you could have closure in your own way, maybe having a personal goodbye to someone. So she's not too sure that making the documentary has given her a sense of closure. Simran rejected offers to be involved in the documentary where she's played by an actress. Kirat successfully brought civil action against her cousin, receiving compensation and an apology at the end of the case. A statement from Simran included in the show says, "This matter involves events that began when she was a schoolgirl. She considers it a private matter and strongly objects to what she has described as numerous unfounded and damaging accusations." Kirat says Simran hasn't faced any criminal charges and wants her to be held accountable. "I'm not okay with that person being out there," says Kirat. There's another question that she's no closer to answering: why? Kirat doesn't think she will ever truly find out what drove the campaign against her. "I think I've long given up," she says. "The extent to which that person went, you can't ever justify it." I can't understand why you didn't stop. What gave you pleasure from hearing somebody in pain? But not having answers is not stopping her from moving forward in life, including dating again. I'm working really hard, harder than I should have to right now to rebuild my life and career, she says. I don't carry the victim mentality around with me. I don't want to be that person. So a victim mentality is when you believe everything is my fault. And it can be something which a lot of people can have. For example, you may not have had the best childhood or relationships or opportunities, and you may be justified in saying my life is terrible because this and this happened. And at some point you have to think about, how can I turn this around? So rather than being the victim, you're not ignoring what happened, but you are mentally strong. So you're saying, hey, I can overcome these things. I'm going to carry on working towards goals and dreams. So this was quite an interesting article, an interesting story. I would love to hear your thoughts on this article. So it's nice to think about some questions first. Now, some questions we could ask are, for example, catfish. Have you ever been catfished before? Have you known any stories about people that have been catfished? Now, this person in particular, how was she able to be catfished for such a long time? So it went on for 9 years. So she didn't meet this person for 9 years. Now you may think initially that's a crazy amount of time, but as we've gone through, she trusted this person because they had close friends. And this is how social media works. If you think about information that you get, if someone sends you a story, a very close friend, you're more inclined to trust them than to go and fact check. So it's understandable, but the length of time and also the person that was doing the catfishing, why were they doing this? What was their incentive? Was it to cause pain? Was it boredom? Was it to see how far things can go? And it makes you question why someone would want to cause pain to another person. It's quite disturbing if you think about it. And it opens up other questions about the community, about being able to talk about things that are painful. But I think it's excellent that she is talking about this, she's being open about this, and I think the community will be forced to change and adopt new cultural values and understand that these things do happen, but by giving support, raising awareness, there is no shame in this. There's actually power in this because we are all human, we are all in the same boat, trying to experience life, trying to live a happy and fulfilling life. And if someone can talk about their problems openly, the community can work together to help and overcome these problems. So I think this is quite a fascinating story. So I hope you found this interesting. Now, I really love movies. I'm not sure about you, but I used to be a movie buff, which means to really enjoy movies and be knowledgeable about them. When I was younger, I had much more time to watch movies. Today, I have less time, But I thought it would be nice to have a look at IMDb's top 250 movies of all time. Okay, so number one, we have Shawshank Redemption. Have you seen this movie? I think it's a brilliant movie. I remember the first time I watched it, I had so many emotions. By the end of the movie, I felt inspired and motivated. And also, remember, let's tick off how many movies we have seen. So I have my pen and some paper here. So number one, yes, I've seen. I think it's a brilliant movie. I'm not sure that I would give it first place. I'm not sure if I'd give it the top spot. But nevertheless, it's a very good movie. It was made in 1994. Wow, that's an incredibly long time ago now. Makes me feel very old. If you haven't, I recommend watching it. Then we have The Godfather. This is an absolute classic. I think personally I would promote that to higher, maybe to the first, and we'll go through the rest as well. But The Godfather was a very good movie. There is a lot of drama in the movie, and it keeps you captivated throughout the movie. You're so engrossed in the story. I think a lot of movies today, especially with Marvel and superhero movies, which are also very good, but I feel like there lacks a story at times. Now, this could be bias, because I am biased towards the classic movies. Then we have The Dark Knight. This was a brilliant movie. The atmosphere it created, and even though it's a superhero movie, it almost felt real, because the character, Batman's character, was given much more depth, and along the movie you were taken along with his journey, and so you really identified with his struggles. So the first three I've ticked. Then we have The Godfather Part 2. I personally feel this movie was better than the original. And sometimes it's rare, it's very rare for a sequel to be better than the first movie. Often you have a movie that's really successful, and then the movie studio just wants to capitalize and make as much money as possible. So they just pump out sequel after sequel after sequel. I can think about the Fast and Furious, for example, where they have, I'm not sure where they are now, I think Fast and Furious 10. So this movie was a piece of art, and it really developed the story. So that is 4, let me tick that. 12 Angry Men. I haven't watched this. So this was made in 1957, and it is at number 5. So looking at it, I can justify spending time watching this because it has a high rating. Not only does it have a high rating, but it's been rated highly by 904,000 people. So 904,000 people have taken their time to rate this as a high movie. So it's making me feel like maybe I should watch this. Number 6, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. Yes, I have watched this. I think it's a very good movie. I think the Lord of the Rings trilogy was a really good movie. I think in terms of the action, the story, the special effects as well. In particular, Gollum's character. This really catapulted the actor's career because Gollum's character added more depth to the movie. Then Schindler's List. Yes, I have seen this. This is a classic movie uh, created by Steven Spielberg, who is a legendary director. Pulp Fiction. Yes, I have seen this. This is an iconic movie, which has been embedded into sorry, which has been embedded into pop culture. So pop culture is popular culture. It's things that many people know about. So this is a very good movie with a good director. Then we have The Lord of the Rings, another part. So two of The Lord of the Rings have made it into the top 10. So again, this is giving me the impression that this is a good movie. If I haven't seen it, this is good promotion and good encouragement to really watch the movies, because two of the movies have made it into the top 10. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. It rings a bell. So when I say it rings a bell, it's something which I am familiar with, but I'm not 100% sure that I have watched this. Forrest Gump. Yes, this is a classic movie, and again, it's a piece of art in describing and narrating a story. And I think it was so interesting because you see the character's development in different periods in history. So it was quite interesting and something that hadn't been done before. And we have another Lord of the Rings at number 12. Wow. Number 13, we have Fight Club. And this is a brilliant movie. It's a movie which was groundbreaking at the time because it has such a unique story, and it has twists and turns, and you're not sure what is going to happen, and you're trying to figure out the story as you go. Okay, then we have Inception. Now, Inception at times, I remember a lot of people were confused about this movie, but the visual effects were outstanding. I was astonished by the special effects, and the story was on the edge of your seat stuff. So you were so engrossed, so invested. You wanted to know what happened with the story, and has very good actors as well, with Leonardo DiCaprio. 15, we have Star Wars. This is a classic, and yes, I really enjoyed Star Wars. It's a classic. It's an ultimate classic of good versus evil. And even though we've had lots of Star Wars movies after this, I don't think they managed to capture the magic of the original Star Wars, especially if you were of that era and watching the movie at that time. I think it must have been amazing. Now, special effects have progressed tremendously, but in terms of the story, it was fantastic. Now, number 16, The Matrix. This arguably would be my number one. I think this is a fantastic movie. I think I watched this movie like 3 times in the cinema. I had the cassette tapes, the VHS tapes. I had the DVD box set. I was obsessed with this movie, and it even encouraged me to get into martial arts. I remember trying to do the same moves as Neo's character. So they combine a lot of different styles into the movie. One of my favorite aspects was the music. The music was fantastic. There's a guy called Rob Dugan. If you haven't listened to his music, check out some of his songs on YouTube. They evoke so much emotion. So he mixes his voice with some classical and modern music and combines it really well. And I liked how it matched the action in the movie. And I think this is actually a timeless movie. I've seen some clips recently, and it's made me feel like I want to go back and rewatch the movie because it still feels fresh, and especially with the special effects and things like bullet time, it really propelled the movie industry in terms of thinking about what is possible when you're making a movie. So this is probably one of my favorite movies of all time. Goodfellas, this is a really good gangster movie, really good actors, again, a very good story, brilliant acting. So this is a very good movie. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is one I haven't seen, so I can add that to the list. Interstellar. This is one of my favorite movies of all time because I'm fascinated with space. I like science fiction movies. There's a very good story. The special effects, again, are amazing. And even though it's science fiction, it tries to be grounded in some science. So the story feels like it could be possible. It's plausible that this could be true. Seven. This is a thriller, which is a classic movie. It's a Wonderful Life. I haven't seen. Seven Samurai. This rings a bell. I think I have seen some of this, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'll leave that off the list. The Silence of the Lambs. This is a really good movie. So this is a classic. So that's one I've seen. Saving Private Ryan. Yes. City of God. Yes, I have seen quite some time ago. The Green Mile. Yes. It has similar aspects to The Shawshank Redemption in that it's set in a prison. Very good acting. Life is Beautiful. No, that's one to add to the list to watch. Terminator 2. Yes. It's quite interesting to see Terminator 2 before the original Terminator. So the sequel was judged to be better than the original. And it's subjective. What do you think? If you've seen these movies, what do you prefer, the first or the second? I personally prefer the second because it just has more elements in the story. It builds on the first movie and just takes it to another level and just knocks it out of the park. Another Star Wars, yes. Back to the Future, yes. This is one of the ultimate family movies, I think. It's a feel-good movie. It's something that you can watch with children, young people, old people. It has common themes of adventure, overcoming difficulties, finding yourself. It's a coming-of-age story. So the main character grows along the movie. Spirited Away, I have heard of this movie. I think I've seen clips, but I haven't watched the whole movie. The Pianist, this rings a bell, but I'm not entirely sure. Gladiator, yes. I remember watching this movie and just feeling blown away. It's just an epic movie. If I had to use the word epic, this is such an epic movie. It's on a grand scale. It's on a big stage. The emotions feel amped up and amplified. The stakes are high. The journey that they take you on in the movie is amazing, coupled with the music. I know they've made a sequel to the movie, but which I haven't watched, but I don't think they can recapture the magic of the original. Parasite, yes. This was a really good movie, a really good story. Psycho, I haven't seen. The Lion King, yes. I think this is one of the best animations of all time. And it's not just the animation that makes the movie good, it's the emotions that make the movie good. Because when they tried to remake this movie, they didn't capture the emotions of the animals. So the emotions of the animals with the music just make this an absolute classic movie. The Departed, yes. It's a very good movie. Grave of the Fireflies, no. Whiplash, no, although I have heard of this movie. And I remember sometimes it can be off-putting when you hear about a movie that you should watch. And I felt that I should watch this movie because it's getting so much praise. But I didn't feel in the right mood to watch this movie. So I'll put it on the list of movies to watch. American History X. Yes. This is a very powerful movie. Spider-Man. Yes, in terms of animation, it's one of the best animated movies I've watched. It's a visual treat for your eyes. The Prestige. Yes, brilliant acting. Harakiri, no. Leon, yes. This is such a brilliant movie. This is a type of movie where your life stops. If you're having any stress or worries and you're watching the movie, you just completely forget about your life and you're so engrossed in the movie, and then it's so sad when the movie's over. So this is really good. Casablanca, yes. This was shown many times on BBC. This is a complete classic movie. Takes you to a different time, a different place. It's quite nostalgic. The Usual Suspects, yes. This is a very good, unexpected movie. Don't want to give any spoilers. But if you haven't watched it, watch this movie. It's a slow burner, but it keeps you captivated and you are trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to figure out what happened. Untouchable, I haven't seen. Cinema Paradiso, yes. I have a bit of a soft spot for this movie. I remember watching this when I was very young, and it's a coming of age story, and I identified to this movie. And it just feels magical. It's one of those movies where it touches your heart and you can just get lost in the movie and you can really relate to the characters. Modern Times, no. Wow, it was made in 1936. Alien, yes. This is a classic science fiction horror movie. They also made many sequels, but they didn't quite capture the magic, the essence of the first movie. Rear Window, no. Once Upon a Time in the West, no. Dune Part 2, no, although I have watched the first one. Django Unchained, I've seen bits, but not the full movie. City Lights, no. Apocalypse Now, yes. This is quite an intense movie, and you have to be in the right mood to watch it. I remember there was a lot of backstory to this movie about the production, that it took very long to make, and making this movie was very intense, and the movie is very intense. But in terms of a war movie, it is a classic movie. Memento. This, I would say, also is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a thriller. It keeps you guessing throughout the movie, and again, you're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. It's not really a movie you can watch and not concentrate. So as opposed to a superhero movie where you don't really have to concentrate on the story so much, this movie you do. But it's very rewarding, personally rewarding, when you're watching the movie and you're paying attention to the details. WALL-E, yes, this is a very cute movie. It's a family movie, has a lot of very cute animations, and I like how they tied the emotions. So much like The Lion King, where the animation, it takes second stage to the emotion you're trying to create. And I think that's the best way to create a movie, rather than concentrating on the visual aspect and not really paying attention to the emotions. It doesn't really work. But if you can have two together, that's fantastic. Raiders of the Lost Ark, yes, classic, also a family movie. The Lives of Others, no. Avengers Infinity War, yes. I liked how they brought all of the characters together. Sunset Boulevard, no. 12th Fail, no. That seems quite interesting. So it's a 2023 movie. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I don't think I have watched this, but I watched the original. Paths of Glory, no. Witness for Prosecution, no. The Shining, yes. This is a classic horror movie. The Great Dictator, no. Aliens, yes. So the sequel made it in. Inglorious, no. The Dark Knight Rises, yes. Coco, I don't think I've watched the entire movie, but I've watched parts of it. Amadeus, rings a bell, but no. Toy Story, yes. Old Boy, yes. Really brilliant movie. Again, you're trying to figure out what's happening in the movie, so you can't really switch off. You have to keep focused. Dr. Strangelove, no, although I am familiar with what the movie is about. Avengers Endgame, yes. I think this was a brilliant way to conclude Avengers. I think it was one of their best movies, and since then they haven't really made brilliant movies. I think they're trying to recapture that feel. American Beauty, yes. Good Will Hunting, yes. A really good, feel-good movie. Braveheart, yes. Classic. Again, this is tied into pop culture. Das Boot, no. Princess Monarchy, no. Your Name, no. High and Low, no. Three Idiots, no. Although I have seen bits of this movie. Joker, yes. The acting is very intense, and this style of movie is where they try to make superhero movies feel real, so you could identify with this actor. Once Upon a Time in America, I'm not sure, so I'll say no. Singing in the Rain, I've seen bits, but I'll say no. Capernaum, no. Come and See, no. Requiem for a Dream, yes. I wouldn't watch this movie if you want to relax. It's quite an intense movie. Toy Story 3, yes. Star Wars Return of the Jedi, yes. The Hunt, no. But it seems like an interesting title. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, yes. This is one of the best movies of all time. I think Jim Carrey did such an astounding job. His acting in the movie is amazing. The story in itself as well is just truly unique. This is a really good movie. Kuru, no. Space Odyssey, no. Reservoir Dogs, yes. This was at the time in the 90s where there was a lot of gangster movies, and this was one of the movies, and it signified that time, that period. So for example, in our 2020s and late 2010s, we've had an influx of superhero movies. At that time, I feel that there was a lot of gangster movies. The Apartment, no. The Lawrence of Arabia, I've dipped into bits when it's been shown on TV here and there, but I haven't watched it from beginning to end. Incendies, no. Scarface, yes. This will be grouped with the gangster movies. Double Indemnity, no. North by Northwest, I've seen bits. Citizen Kane, again, I've seen bits, but not from beginning to end. Heat, yes. This is a thriller movie, and it has two iconic actors in it. So this is a very good movie. 107, no. Full Metal Jacket, yes. It's quite an intense movie, like Apocalypse Now. Vertigo, no. Up, yes. Very good animated movie, good family movie. Amelie, yes. A very good feel-good movie. Oppenheimer, I actually haven't watched this yet, even though I've read good things about the movie. I haven't watched it yet. A Clockwork Orange, yes. Quite an intense movie. To Kill a Mockingbird, yes. I've also read the book, which is brilliant. A Separation, no. Die Hard, yes. This again is linked with pop culture. It feels that this movie is watched every Christmas. It's a very good action movie. The Sting, no. Indiana Jones, yes. Like Stars on Earth, no. Metropolis, no. Snatch, yes. This was a very good movie by Guy Ritchie in terms of telling a story and using the medium of cinema to tell that story. So you can tell a story in different ways, through a book, through a comic, through animation, through a camera, and the fight scenes are very good. 1917. Yes, I think this movie was very good. I liked how it felt like the movie was shot in one continuous shot. So you have some momentum going. It doesn't feel like there are breaks in the movie. So it keeps you going and you have to catch your breath at times. LA Confidential, yes. Bicycle Thieves, no. Downfall, no. Dangle, no. Taxi Driver, rings a bell, but I'm not sure. Hamilton, no. The Wolf of Wall Street, yes. Batman Begins, yes. For a few dollars more, no. Green Book, it rings a bell, but no. Some Like It Hot, no. The Truman Show, yes. And The Truman Show is a type of movie that when you are watching this movie, you are already thinking this is one of the best movies of all time. Just the concept of the movie, the acting, the journey you go along in the movie, and by the end you can justify your thoughts that yes, this belongs in a list of the top 10, top 20 movies. Judgment at Nuremberg, no. The Kid, no. The Father, no. Shutter Island, rings a bell, but I'll say no. All About Eve, no. There Will Be Blood, rings a bell, but I can't confidently say yes. Jurassic Park, yes. This was the first movie I watched in the cinema, and I was completely blown away, and it just grew my love for dinosaurs. I became obsessed with dinosaurs. I think I wanted to become an archaeologist at one point. I memorized hundreds of names of dinosaurs, and this was an amazing movie. Casino, yes. The Sixth Sense is iconic, and I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but it's the journey it takes you on is fantastic. Ran, no. Top Gun Maverick, yes. I'm quite surprised it's made its way into the top 250, but it is quite low down, 145. No Country for Old Men, yes. It's a very intense movie. Pan's Labyrinth, I've heard about this movie but haven't seen it. The Thing, no. Unforgiven, yes. This is a throwback to classic Western movies. A Beautiful Mind, yes. This is a very emotional movie. Kill Bill, yes. In terms of action, it's a very good movie. The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, no. Yojimbo, no. Prisoners, no. Finding Nemo, yes. The Great Escape, no. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, again, I've seen bits but not the whole movie. Howl's Moving Castle, no. The Wild Robot, no. The Elephant Man, no. Dial M for Murder, no. Rashomon, no. Gone with the Wind, I've seen parts. I think it's been impossible not to, because this is such an old movie and it was shown on TV quite a lot, but I haven't seen the whole movie. Chinatown, no. The Secret in Their Eyes, no. Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, yes. Klaus, no. V for Vendetta, yes. Very good action movie. Inside Out, yes. I think this is a very good family movie, and the way they tie in coming of age and dealing with your emotions and animation make it very interesting. Three Billboards, no. Raging Bull, yes. Very intense movie. The Bridge on the River Kwai, no. Trainspotting, yes. Very good performance by Ewan McGregor. This type of movie was not glamorous, and it showed the gritty life of a group of people, and it has a very good story. Catch Me If You Can, yes. If I compared this to Trainspotting, it seems much more glamorous. It's a good adventure movie. Fargo, yes. Warrior, yes. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, yes. Grand Torino, yes. Spider-Man No Way Home, yes. I'm surprised that it's in the top 250. $1 Million Baby, yes. My Neighbor Totoro, no. Mad Max Fury Road, yes. Ben-Hur, no. Children of Heaven, no. 12 Years a Slave, yes. Barry Lyndon, no. Blade Runner, yes. It's a classic movie. It's quite relatable to today's society in terms of AI. Before Sunrise, no. The Grand Budapest Hotel, it rings a bell, I'm not sure. Hacksaw Ridge, I haven't seen it the whole way through. Dead Poets Society, yes. Gone Girl, no. Demon Slayer, no. Memories of Murder, no. The Name of the Father, no. Monsters Inc., yes. The Gold Rush, no. Ratatouille, I haven't seen the whole way through. Wild Tales, no. How to Train Your Dragon, no. Jaws, yes. A classic movie here. The Deer Hunter, no. Maharaja, no. Sherlock Jr., no. The General, no. Mary and Max, no. On the Waterfront, no. Le Mans 66, no. Wages of Fear, no. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, no. Wild Strawberries, no. The Third Man, no. I have seen this one. Logan at 213. Personally, I would put this higher up. This was a breath of fresh air. I love X-Men, in particular the animated series and the comics. And the X-Men movies were okay. However, Logan really lifted the blanket on the visual aspect. It lifted the cover so you could see the action sequences, which are quite brutal, so it's not suitable for younger children, but it's a very good movie. Rocky, yes. This movie catapulted Sylvester Stallone into stardom. It's a very good movie, very motivational. The Tokyo Story, no. The Big Lebowski, yes. It's a very random movie, which is quite fun. The Seventh Seal, no. Spotlight, no. Room, no. The Terminator, yes. Classic movie. Hotel Rwanda, yes. Platoon, no. Pirates of the Caribbean, yes. Lahane, no. Jai Bim, no. Before Sunset, no. The Best Years of Our Lives, no. The Passion of Joan of Arc, no. The Exorcist, I've seen parts but not the whole way through. The Wizard of Oz, again, but I know what the story is about. And it's quite interesting how movies can make their way into pop culture, but you don't have to had watched the whole. For example, in The Matrix, they make reference to the Wizard of Oz. In life, in terms of advertising or other movies, they make reference to other movies, so you can know what the movie is about. The Incredibles, yes. Rush, yes. Network, no. Stand By Me, yes. Has a fantastic soundtrack and acting, and it's a brilliant coming of age movie. So this is one of my favorite movies of all time. The Sound of Music, no. Hachi, A Dog's Tale, no. My Father and My Son, no. The Handmaiden, no. To Be or Not to Be, no. The Iron Giant, I've seen parts. The Battle of Algiers, no. Into the Wild, no. A Man Escaped, no. The Grapes of Wrath, no. Groundhog Day, yes. I feel this should be higher up. It's a very funny movie. Amours Perros, no. The Help, no. Rebecca, no. The Silent Voice, no. Drisham, no. So there we have it, the 250 movies of all time. And if you are counting, you can let me know how many you have seen. I'm going to do a quick calculation here. So I have seen 107 out of the top 250. It would be interesting to know how many you have watched. In the future, I will cover some more of my favorite movies that I recommend to help you improve your English. But today I just wanted to look at the top 250. Do you agree with the top 10? What are some of your favorite movies and why do you like them? For example, I love The Matrix because of the action, the story, the special effects. And there are certain movies which you rewatch, and there are certain movies that you don't really want to watch too many times. For example, Cinema Paradiso, I wouldn't want to watch it too many times because I want to keep that special feeling that I had when I first watched the movie. So movies, I think, are a brilliant way not only to improve your English, but also to work your imagination. They can get rid of stress for a while, can take you to another place. And so when you have to come back to the real world, you're able to feel more relaxed. They can motivate you, they can inspire you. So I think movies are fantastic. Now you have TV shows, TV series, which are different to movies. So a movie, they only have an hour and a half to 3 hours to tell a story. But a TV show, they can go more in depth into the character. And that's something that I will talk about in another podcast as well. To help you with your English learning, I have created a fantastic ebook. It's completely free to download, and you will find the link to it in my description. So remember, let me know what are some of your favorite movies. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I hope you have a lovely day, and I will see you next time. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello friend, welcome to Learn English with British Harry. My name is Harry. I am a British English teacher. I was born in London and I'm a native speaker. What is the significance of that? Well, firstly, being a British English teacher means that I have taught thousands of students from all over the world, ranging from beginner to advanced. Through these thousands of hours of teaching students, I have learnt patterns and ways to help my students really improve their level of English. Some of my students have been able to secure higher paying jobs, have traveled to different countries, have passed examinations, and really have enriched their lives with improving their English. And being a native speaker means that I have a deep understanding not only of vocabulary and grammar, but really understanding language in context. And this means being able to break the rules sometimes when you need to. So this way you can really understand the other person and make yourself understood in different situations. Now, I find it really helpful to look at news articles. And today we're going to look at an article about TikTok. So let's have a look at this article here. So this says TikTok goes offline in the US hours before ban due to come in. So this is about TikTok being banned in the US. Now, if we look at the picture, we can see a notification. So the notification says, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the US. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. TikTok has gone offline in the US hours before a new law banning the platform was due to come into effect. So we have this word banning. Banning means not allowing something officially. And we also have a phrasal verb here, gone offline. So this means to stop being connected to the internet or become unavailable online. So for example, you could say the Wi-Fi has gone offline, or I am going offline. So this means that you won't be available online. A message appearing on the app for US users said a law banning TikTok had been enacted, meaning you can't use TikTok for now. Enacted means to put something into action, especially to make something law. For example, the council enacted a new law to improve traffic safety. The new regulations were enacted last year to protect the environment. The company enacted a policy to support remote working. So this law has been put into action. So something has happened. So a law banning TikTok had been enacted. Here we have the past perfect tense. So we have had and the past participle, the third form of the verb. The past perfect tense shows that one action happened before another action or specific time in the past. So we have action 1, the law was enacted. Then we have action 2, the platform went offline. So to show the earlier action, we use the past perfect, so had been enacted. The simple past, went offline, is used for the action that occurred afterwards. But remember, these actions still happened in the past, just one after the other. Now, some example sentences are, by the time the train arrived, I had already bought my ticket. So buying the ticket happened first, and then the train arrived. She realized she had left her phone at home when she arrived at work. So leaving the phone happened before arriving at work. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office, it read. It comes after the social media platform warned it would go dark on Sunday unless the outgoing Biden administration gave assurances the ban will not be enforced. We have an interesting idiom here, so to go dark. This means to stop operating, communicating, or being visible. So this is often temporarily. President-elect Donald Trump has said he would most likely give TikTok a 90-day reprieve from a ban once he takes office on Monday. So a reprieve is a delay or a temporary break. Users reported the app had also been removed from both Apple and Google's US stores, and TikTok.com was not showing videos. The 90-day extension is something that will most likely be done because it's appropriate, Trump told NBC News on Saturday. If I decide to do that, I'll probably announce it on Monday. The White House said that it was up to the incoming administration to take action. We see no reason for TikTok or other companies to take actions in the next few days before the Trump administration takes place on Monday. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said in a statement. The Supreme Court on Friday upheld a law passed in April last year banning the app in the US unless its China-based parent company ByteDance sold the platform by Sunday, which it has not done. TikTok has argued that the law violates free speech protections for its 170 million users in the country. So violates, what does this mean? Violates means to break or fail to follow a law, rule, agreement, or someone's rights. So TikTok is saying that the law, it breaks free speech protection for its users. And we have 170 million users. So this is not just a high number, this is a huge number of people that will be affected. TikTok has argued that the law violates free speech protections. So the present perfect tense is used to describe actions or events that happened at an unspecified time in the past, but are still relevant to the present moment. So the structure is has, have, plus the past participle, the third form of the verb. The use of has argued shows that TikTok made its argument in the past, but this action is still important or connected to the current situation. It does not specify when the argument was made, as the focus is on the present relevance of the statement. So if we think about using the present perfect tense, when can we use this? Well, we can use this with actions continuing into the present. For example, she has lived in London for 5 years. So she started living in London 5 years ago, and she is still living there. We have completed actions with present relevance. For example, I have finished my homework. So the homework is done, and this is important now. We also have experiences up to now. For example, we have visited France several times. So we're focusing on the experience, not when it happened. After the ruling, TikTok's chief executive, Chao Zi-Chu, appealed to Trump, thanking him for his commitment to work with us to find a solution. Mr. Chu is expected to attend Trump's inauguration on Monday. What is an inauguration? This is a formal ceremony to start something, especially when someone begins an important job or role. In the hours leading up to the social media platform going offline, content creators had been posting videos to say goodbye to their followers. Creator Nicole Bloomgarden told the BBC that not being on TikTok would result in a significant salary cut. Another user, Erica Thompson, said educational content on the platform would be the biggest loss for the community. TikTok users met with a message earlier on Saturday that said the law would force us to make our services temporarily unavailable. We're working to restore our service in the US as soon as possible. So this was the article. We went through a few vocabulary and grammar points. Now, next, I'm going to read the article from beginning to end for you to help with your pronunciation, and then we will dive into this article a bit more together, and you can let me know what you think about the article. So, TikTok has gone offline in the US hours before a new law banning the platform was due to come into effect. A message appearing on the app for US users said a law banning TikTok had been enacted, meaning you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office, it read. It comes after the social media platform warned it would go dark on Sunday unless the outgoing Biden administration gave assurances the ban will not be enforced. President-elect Donald Trump has said he would most likely give TikTok a 90-day reprieve from a ban once he takes office on Monday. Users reported the app had been removed from both Apple and Google's US stores, and TikTok.com was not showing videos. The 90-day extension is something that will most likely be done because it's appropriate, Trump told NBC News on Saturday. I'll decide to do that. I'll probably announce it on Monday. The White House said it was up to the incoming administration to take action. We see no reason for TikTok or other companies to take actions in the next few days before the Trump administration takes office on Monday, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said in a statement. The Supreme Court on Friday upheld the law passed in April last year, banning the app in the US unless its China-based parent company ByteDance sold the platform by Sunday, which it has not done. TikTok has argued that the law violates free speech protections for its 170 million users in the country. After the ruling, TikTok's chief executive, Chao Zi-Chu, appealed to Trump, thanking him for his commitment to work with us to find a solution. Mr. Chu is expected to attend Trump's inauguration on Monday. In the hours leading up to the social media platform going offline, content creators had been posting videos to say goodbye to their followers. Creator Nicole Bloomgarden told the BBC that not being on TikTok would result in a significant salary cut. Another user, Erica Thompson, said educational content on the platform would be the biggest loss for the community. TikTok users were met with a message early on Saturday that said the law would force us to make our services temporarily unavailable. We're working to restore our service in the US as soon as possible. Brilliant. So if we have a look at the article and try to summarize the article before we go into the interesting debate questions. Well, for me, it feels that TikTok is, if we have a look at the picture here, they have hope that this ban will be lifted. They are stating that, unfortunately, you cannot use TikTok. They're saying that the ban has happened. It's been enacted. There's nothing that they could have done to prevent this. And it's just a sad situation that you won't be able to use TikTok. But they are hopeful that once Trump is inaugurated and begins his term of presidency, that he will reinstate TikTok. So this message here, I feel, is written in a way to keep users. They don't want the users of the app to go to another competition, to start using a different app, or to uninstall their particular app. So they are updating the users and keeping the idea of TikTok fresh in people's memory. Because there may be some time, even if TikTok is restored, there's going to be some significant damage, because it gives other people, other applications, an opportunity to steal these users and entice them into using their particular app. So TikTok, understandably, is very concerned about this. Why? Because they have a huge base of users. 170 million people are using TikTok. So they do not want to lose these users to other applications. Now, let's have a look here at the debate questions. Okay, so before we have a look at these debate questions, it will be interesting to know from yourself, do you use TikTok, or have you used TikTok in the past? If you have used it or do use it, what do you use it for? Is it for educational content? Is it for entertainment? Are you using it to pass the time? Also, does it affect you in any way? If TikTok is banned, how does it affect your life? Now, the article talked about income loss, and I feel sorry for those people that are making an income on TikTok, because if we look at the situation of the world with the cost of living crisis, everything has increased in price. Your rent, your mortgage, food, your utilities, everything has increased, and salaries haven't really increased. So everything is difficult. And for people that are making some money on TikTok, now that they won't be making that money, it will greatly impact their lives. Right, let's get into the fun stuff, and we have the debate questions. I love debate questions because it gives you an opportunity to really have fun with English and critical thinking. The first question is, should a government have the power to ban social media apps? Why or why not? Well, I've left this blank, so it gives you an opportunity to think about some ideas. So should a government have the power to ban social media apps? Well, let's think about the pros and the cons. Firstly, they should, if the social media apps are affecting people in a negative way. If it is damaging to people or the country, then the government should have the power to ban. Now, why should they not? Well, they should not, because people should have free speech. People should be able to express themselves and have the option to choose what social media app they use. Being in a nanny state takes away people's freedom to choose what they want to read, what social media apps they want to use. So it should be their choice. So yes, to protect national security or prevent misuse of personal data. So this is an interesting one if we think about national security. Now, how could a social media app affect national security or prevent misuse of personal data? I can see how the app could collect data about you, so what you are looking at, what content you're interacting with, and I assume that the more data you have about this, the easier it would be to potentially manipulate you into seeing more of the same or different content. So I think people's opinion is dictated by what they see, what they hear. So if you are surrounded by information and content that isn't really helpful, it could be damaging, I think that can really affect people. In terms of no, it limits free speech and could harm businesses and creators. So the government shouldn't ban because, yes, it limits free speech. It could harm businesses and creators. Like I said before, making money from social media apps can really change a person's life. By taking away that source of income, it can really affect their ability to lead just day-to-day living. And I also think these creators and these businesses, they're creating content that is of value. It's helping people, even if it's silly, entertaining videos. People that are consuming that, it may lower their stress. So maybe they've had a hard day and they're just scrolling through social media app, and it may be an inspiring story or maybe a silly video, and it makes the person laugh. It distracts them from their stressful lives, and then once they stop using the app, they feel less stressed, so they can go and tackle all the issues that they have in their life. I think the problem comes when there's an inability to separate from social media, and it's also when it starts to affect how you view life, because very often on social media it's not the truth. People present a image of themselves which is carefully controlled, and it's controlled in such a way that you don't know if it's authentic or not. And if you're comparing yourself with another person that you see on social media, it can affect your mental health, because now you're striving to live up to a certain expectation, a certain ideal, which that isn't even real. So I think understanding this, taking social media with a pinch of salt, even if you're using social media to keep in contact with friends, what did people do before social media? They would call their friends, they would see their friends in real life. So to an extent, how much do you need to keep in contact with people in terms of seeing pictures of their daily life every single day? Is this helpful? Well, to some people it could be, if they don't see people that often, and it's a way to keep in contact with friends and family. Okay, so does banning TikTok violate free speech rights? Yes, because you are banning an app which allows people to express themselves. Now, I think there is a line that can be crossed if you are posting offensive content, then that is crossing the line. It's the same as in the real world. If you say offensive remarks, that's crossing the line and unacceptable. So it's the same thing. So I think it depends on what type of content it is. So fundamentally, banning TikTok does violate free speech. It doesn't violate free speech if, again, we've had a look at the first comment, if it's if it could potentially harm the country or national security, then you could say that it does not violate free speech. Okay, so let's have a look here. So TikTok argues it does because it impacts users' ability to express themselves on the platform. However, others might say the ban focuses on security risks and not free speech. What are the pros and cons of banning an app like TikTok? Well, the pros of banning TikTok means that you have complete control over what people in the country view. So now you can dictate to people what content they see, which can be good for the country because it means that you can, I guess, foster an environment of nationalism and trying to get people more interested in content that's created with an American company. So or it could be any particular country. So if the country itself created the app, it's promoting the country, the origins of the country. It's similar to products like Apple, which a lot of the products are not even made in the country, but it has a strong American connection. It's, if you are selling an iPhone to someone in another country, that person knows the iPhone comes from America. So because the app is from a different country, if you are banning it, you are then trying to foster companies from within the country to create similar apps. Now, the con of banning an app like TikTok, there are lots of cons, I think. I think firstly, you are setting a dangerous precedent. So by banning TikTok, other companies would be scared that the same thing would happen to them. So now the country, the president can decide if an app, a social media app, can be banned or not. And that's quite dangerous if we think about a democracy and free speech, and people should be able to choose what applications they use and interact with. And also the aspect of people losing income. So people would have spent a long time, many months or even many years, creating their business, creating content, engaging with people. It takes a lot of creative effort and mental energy to create content. So now, with that just being wiped out, I think these people will be in a state of mourning because all of their hard work is just now gone down the drain. So that's incredibly sad. Okay, so yes, protects national security, prevents data misuse, limits foreign influence. So again, limits foreign influence. But yes, I think sometimes foreign influence can be a good thing. I think it's good not to be isolated. I think the UK and London in particular is a wonderful place because of its diversity. You interact with many different people, you learn about different cultures, and I think by being isolated, and it means that you are less aware, you have less education about other cultures, and it forces you to make compromises and being able to interact with other people. So cons: harms creators' income, limits free speech, impacts cultural exchange. So this is an interesting word here. So cultural exchange. Again, I think it makes the world a better place when people can experience and appreciate different cultures, and not just to think that my culture is the only one and it is the best. I think understanding different cultures leads to people being more understanding and accepting of different people. At the end of the day, we are all human. We are all in the same boat. We are just trying to make the most of our days and our life. So by banning this, it impacts improving your understanding of different cultures. So this was an interesting article. What do you think about TikTok being banned? Do you think that it is such a big thing or not? Also, do you think that TikTok will be reintroduced once Trump takes power? It's interesting to see. I wonder if Trump would have any say in how TikTok is run if it comes back. Now, if we think about knowledge equals power, and also information equals power. So if you're able to control information and what people consume, that enables you to dictate what people know about. So that's the same thing with having understanding of different cultures. If you are able to see more of the world and understand the world, it opens your mind and you're able to think about things in a different way, question things, question if something is fair, thinking about things like justice as well. So let me know, what do you think about this article? It's quite interesting to see what will happen next. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi, my name is Harry. I'm British, and today I'm going to teach you about the weather. So let's start with a very common way to describe the weather, which is it's raining cats and dogs. So this is a very old-fashioned way to explain that it is raining very heavily. In reality, I haven't actually heard anyone use this expression. Maybe once or twice. You could say something like, it's raining cats and dogs out there. This would mean that it's raining very heavily. I would use this expression in a funny way, because I know that this expression is taught around the world and it's almost become a stereotype about British people, that we use this idiom to express weather. So I would say it's raining cats and dogs out there. But I know that I'm just making reference to this stereotype. A more common expression that you will hear in everyday life is it's tipping it down out there. So this means that it's raining very heavily. You can use it in sentences such as, we won't go to the beach today, it's tipping it down, or it's tipping it down out there. So you'll hear this more commonly said. Another very common word to describe weather in the UK and London is drizzle. Drizzle is rain that you barely notice. It can be very slow rain, and I absolutely hate drizzle, because if you don't take your umbrella and you're walking for an hour, by the end of it you'll be drenched, but you really wouldn't have noticed the rain that much. So drizzle is slow rain. You can use it in sentences such as, it's drizzling outside, or it's starting to drizzle. If it is raining very heavily, you could say it's bucketing down. This is a way to describe rain that can be very sudden, and there's a lot of rain. If you think about a bucket full of water and you tip it over, all of the water comes out at once. So you could say it's bucketing down outside, or it's absolutely bucketing down. Sometimes when you're walking and it's raining, you'll also have the wind blowing the wind into your face. When this happens, you can say it's raining sideways. So you could say it's so bad it's raining sideways. So even if you have your umbrella, you will still get hit in the face with the rain because the wind is blowing the rain into you. If it's raining so much and your clothes are full of water, you could say, I got drenched. So drenched is a word to describe that you are soaked with rain. Maybe your shoes and your clothes are soaked with rain. That's why it's quite important to get a waterproof jacket. So when the rain has gone and we've gone into summer, early summer, and it starts to get warmer, you could quite simply say it's quite warm outside, or you could say it's nice and balmy by the pool. This word balmy means it is pleasantly warm. When we go into sunny and hot weather, you could quite simply say it's nice and sunny, or it's nice and hot. There are some really nice adjectives you can use to describe hot weather. You could say boiling, baking, roasting, blistering, or scorching. Now, there are a few differences between these. For example, boiling, an easy way to think about this is if you are boiling some food in a pot with water, for example, pasta or an egg, it takes some time for the food to get cooked. It doesn't take a very long time, neither does it take a short time. So if I say it's boiling outside, I mean that it's hot. It can be uncomfortably hot. When we have baking, if you are baking a cake in the oven, it takes longer than if you are going to boil something, generally. So if you say it's baking outside, or I'm baking, I'm going to go inside. So you've been out in the sun for a long time, so it feels like you have been baking like a cake. Then we have roasting. So if you're going to roast a chicken in the oven, it takes a long time for the chicken to get cooked. So if I say I'm roasting, or it's roasting outside, so you've been out in the sun for a very long time. Then we have blistering and scorching. These are quite similar. If we think about blistering, if you touch something very hot and you get a blister, your skin would raise and you'd have a little bubble. So it's quite instant. So if I say it's blistering outside, it's short, intense heat, periods of heat. Same with scorching. If you think about a barbecue and you have some meat on the grill, you have the black grill marks. So here we could say the meat has scorched. Again, it's a very intense heat. So if you're out in the sun and you can say it's a scorcher, it's scorching outside, it's very, very hot. Out of these, personally, I would say boiling or roasting the most. Generally boiling, it's boiling outside. We also have humid. So if it can be hot and it can be humid, which can be very uncomfortable. So the heat can be nice, but because of the humidity, you can really struggle. This is because the sweat has a harder time evaporating into the air, so it can feel quite uncomfortable unless you have a fan or air conditioning. With cold weather, you could quite simply say it's cold outside. You could also use the adjectives. You could also describe it with the words cool, crisp, and chilly. So there are a few differences between these. If we look at cool, we could say it's a nice, cool day. This is when the cold weather doesn't feel uncomfortable. So it feels refreshing and comfortable. We could say it's nice and cool in the park. With crisp, quite similar as well, where it's cold, but it feels refreshing. So you could be walking in the park and you could say it feels nice and crisp. Chilly is a bit colder. And this is when you would need to put another layer of clothing on top, maybe a cardigan or a jumper. So you could say it's chilly out there. So you don't really need a thick jacket, but maybe a light jacket or a jumper. Cloudy. Now in London we get lots of cloud, we get lots of grey skies, and you will hear the word overcast a lot on the weather forecast. Overcast means grey skies. We could say it's overcast outside. Other words to describe cloudy are gloomy and dull. So these also mean that the sky isn't blue, it's grey or dark grey. And rain is usually associated with this. So I could say it looks overcast outside, or it looks gloomy outside. I think it's going to rain. We have foggy. Another word to describe foggy is misty or mist. I was driving yesterday and there was so much mist, it was difficult to see the road. So these are just some ways to describe the weather. Let me know about the weather in your country today. How would you describe the weather? And also, what kind of weather do you like? Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. So please like, comment and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. Take care and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Today I wanted to talk about fluency, especially for beginners, on how to improve your fluency in English. So there are 3 magic words that I teach my students in the beginning. These are fun, interesting and enjoyable. So the whole concept is to try to extend your answer. So if you're talking about, if someone asks you a question, for example, why do you like the beach? You could say, I like the beach because it's fun and enjoyable. So this is the first step, so in terms of building blocks. Then the second step would be to see if you can extend that answer even more. So for example, I like the beach because it's fun, because I can go surfing, and it's enjoyable because I get to enjoy the sunny weather and I feel good. So the whole idea here is to see how far you can extend your answer. And I would start with the word because. Even though it's a simple word, it's great for in the beginning to extend your answers. Then in future lessons, I will teach you more sophisticated ways to improve your answers. Thank you so much for watching. Now in the comments for some homework, I want you to pick something that you like. So for example, why do you like sports? Why do you like sunny weather? And I want you to try and firstly extend your answer. So I like football because this and this, and see how far you can extend your answer. Now, one caveat that you may have, so a caveat is almost like a problem or something you have to think about. For example, when it comes to food, if you like chocolate cake, you wouldn't say, I like chocolate cake because it's fun and interesting. Here, you have to use your 5 senses. So if we think about our nose to smell, our ears to hear, our eyes to see, our skin to touch, and our tongue to taste. So here you want to think about, I like chocolate cake because it tastes delicious and it looks beautiful when it's presented well. So again, choose your favorite food, if it's spaghetti, if it's pizza, and tell me why you like it. Thank you so much, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Today we are going to talk about the gym. Today I went to the gym and had a good workout. Now, sometimes I don't really feel like going to the gym, so I thought it would be a good reason to make a lesson about the gym. Now, in the comments, let me know, do you go to the gym? Do you like going to the gym? It's very important to stretch before you do any kind of exercise. There are different types of stretching you can do. You can do static stretching or dynamic stretching. I like to do dynamic stretching before I start to exercise, and then static stretching at the end. From my research, I've read that this is safer, but I would encourage you to research a bit more and make up your own decision. So stretching is very important. The lady here, she is doing what looks like a hamstring stretch. Then we have the treadmill. Do you like using the treadmill? I like using the treadmill because I can use my phone and I can catch up on TV series or movies or watch videos on YouTube. But the view isn't great. So you just have a view of the street and cars. So it's not that inspiring. But I like the treadmill because you can raise the incline and you can increase the speed. The treadmill can give you an excellent workout, especially when it is raining outside or if it is cold. So this way you can still get your steps in. You can walk on the treadmill, you can jog, or you can run on the treadmill. So I think it's a very nice piece of equipment. So this treadmill is part of the category of cardio. Cardio is short for cardiovascular. These type of exercises or exercise machines generally work your heart and make you fitter. So not necessarily, you may not necessarily look better initially, but it will make you fitter, make your lungs more efficient, and overall you'll be healthier. So you can walk up those flight of stairs without feeling tired. Next, we have a cross trainer or elliptical machine. These type of machines, you have handlebars that you can move back and forth and your legs rotate. You can go forwards or you can go backwards. Again, this is a piece of cardio. This is a cardio machine. I quite like using the cross trainer or the elliptical machine for similar reasons to the treadmill, because I can put my phone there and it can keep me occupied. I also like to listen to music or to podcasts. This makes the time fly by, and before I know it, I've finished the time on the elliptical machine. Next up is the rowing machine. I don't use this as much, but I think it's a very good piece of equipment. I see people using this in the gym. It's important to have good form. So when I say good form, I mean to have good posture. You don't want to be hunched over. When you are hunched over, your back is rolled over and it causes unnecessary strain on your back and it can lead to injuries. So ideally, you want to have your shoulders back and down and you can engage all of your back muscles. We have the exercise bike. This exercise bike, I think many people have used. It can be quite boring, but again, you can use your phone, a tablet, maybe there's a TV in the gym that can keep you occupied. So I think it's all about working up a sweat. This will help to improve and build up your fitness. This is an air bike. Now it's similar to a bicycle because you have the pedals. You also have the handlebars. So it's also quite similar to the elliptical trainer I think this gives you more bang for your buck compared to the exercise bike. This is because you are working your legs in tandem with your arms. So you are using both. It's more of a full body workout. This term, full body workout, I've seen it more often over the last 5-10 years, and I think it stems from the fact that people are very busy. They don't have time to be spending so many hours in the gym. So you want to get bang for your buck, have a full body workout, and then you're done. Here we have the barbell. So a barbell is a long piece of metal. It's a very long piece of metal, and you can attach weight plates onto the end. And here, a barbell generally is straight. You can do something called an overhead press. So you grab the barbell and you'd lift it straight above your head, and this would work your shoulders and your upper back and building up your overall strength. So I think it's a very good exercise to use. You can also use the barbell for something called a bench press. So the bench press is also very common. Here you can see the man is lying flat on the bench and he is pushing the barbell straight up. So this will work your chest, and it's also very important to have good form. So good form again means to have good posture. So he's not arching his back too much and putting unnecessary strain on parts that are not working. So his chest is the area that is being targeted. So you want to focus all of that energy there. You can also use dumbbells. So there are different types of variations of the bench press. You can have the flat bench press. You can also have the incline bench press, where you raise the level of the bench. You also have a variation of the barbell called an EZ or EZ bar. Now this bar has some shapes in it, and it makes it easier to grip the bar for your exercises. I really like this bar, especially for bicep curls, because it's easy to grab the bar and it puts less strain on your wrist. I mentioned dumbbells earlier, and here they are. You can get different types of dumbbells. You can get smaller dumbbells that have a fixed weight, so you cannot adjust the weight, or you can get dumbbells where you can adjust the weight, so you can increase them incrementally. Now, when you go to the gym, generally with dumbbells, you will see them as being fixed, because the gym has more money and they can have dumbbells increasing in size. So for example, you could warm up with 2 kg with a bicep curl, and you can increase maybe 5 or 7 or 9, for example. These are weight plates. So these weight plates, you have to be careful when you are carrying the weight plates, because if you drop them on your feet, it will hurt a lot. To prevent this, they have a textured coating, so it's easier for you to grip on to the weight when you are carrying it. So for these, you can also increase your strength each week. And that's what I really enjoy about weight training, is the fact that you can see progress. This is a kettlebell. Now this lady is doing what looks like kettlebell swings. So this kettlebell is made of iron, I assume, a very heavy metal, and you grip it from the top. So it's a different shape to a dumbbell, and it can be more challenging. This is a lat pull down machine. In the gym, you will see different sections. So you will see the cardio section with your treadmills, your elliptical trainers, your rowing machines, your exercise bikes. You will see the free weight section where you have your dumbbells and your barbells. You may see some kettlebells. You'll also have another section where you will have machines. So machines, sometimes they can be fixed or non-fixed. So this is called a lat pull down, and it's not a fixed machine. You will see variations of this. You will see a fixed lat pull down machine where you grab the levers and pull them down. Here, the lady is holding onto a bar and pulling it down. And from my research, it looks like she's doing it correctly because she's pulling the bar down in front of you. I think if you pull it down behind you, it can lead to some issues. This is an example of a fixed machine because there isn't flexibility in moving your hand side to side. Your hands are in a fixed position. So this is a chest press, and I think fixed machines can be good, especially for beginners when your body is getting used to exercising, because when you use free weights or free standing machines, you have to engage more muscle groups. So here she's doing the chest press. It also means that you can lift heavier weights. You can maybe target a specific area. This man is doing a chest fly where you have your arms out wide and then you bring them together and you're working your chest here. He seems very focused. Again, this is a fixed machine. Then we have a cable machine. So this has more flexibility in it. So the cables, they have some leeway. You can move them up or down. And I really enjoy the cable machine because I feel like it can work more than one muscle group. You are using your core. The core is an interesting buzzword when it comes to fitness. It basically means having strong stomach muscles. And having a good strong core means that you have a good strong back. And when you are doing exercises with the cable machine, you have to really engage your core to stabilize your whole body. And I think it's a good machine. Next up, we have battle ropes. Now, I've seen battle ropes in the gym, but I've only used them a few times. But it looks very interesting. I think you look very cool when you are using the battle ropes. It looks like a full body exercise. So I think it's something that I will use a bit more in the future. Then we have a punch bag. And the punch bag, I think, is good for your cardio, also your like a full body workout. I use it sometimes, but I mainly focus on free weights and cardio. This man is doing a pull-up. Pull-ups are very good. You can have weighted or non-weighted pull-ups. So non-weighted, you would just use your own body weight. Weighted, you could attach some a weight belt with some weight plates attached to it. I can't do many of these, but in the gym they have an assisted pull-up machine, which I find much easier, but it really gives you a good workout. Here we have resistance bands. So she's using a resistant band. These have become very popular. I've used these and I think they are also very good. You can see her muscles are working, and she's using her own body, her own body weight. I think these are good when you don't have much space. Maybe you're traveling. You can just pop these in your bag, your suitcase, and you can keep exercising wherever you are. The trusty skipping rope. I don't think you can go wrong with the skipping rope. It gives you an excellent cardio workout. I think it's very good. Again, you can get weighted skipping ropes, which can make it more challenging. And I think it's something that is really fun to use. This lady is on a yoga mat, also called an exercise mat. I think these are good. I have one at home for when I want to do some stretching. The yoga mat is thick, so it protects your knees from the floorboards, and it gives you a dedicated space, so you know, okay, I'm going to do some stretching in this particular area. This is a medicine ball. So the ball is a ball, it's round, but it's very heavy, and you can get different weights for this, so they can increase in weight. The medicine ball, I think, is good because it just adds more variation. It makes exercising more interesting. You can do different types of exercises, and it keeps you motivated. So this is a gym ball or an exercise ball. It's larger than the medicine ball and much lighter. You can do different type of exercises on it. It's very good for stability. This man is doing knee raises. So he's on a knee raise station or knee raise machine. I think these are excellent for your stomach muscles, but they are very difficult, so I can't do too many. This lady is using parallel bars. The parallel bars, I think, are very good for your core strength, again using your body weight. So I would love to hear from you. What kind of exercises do you do? There are many different variations. Do you use any exercises from the pictures I've shown you, or are there any different exercises? Do you like cardio? Do you like weights? Do you like using body weight exercises? I would love to hear from you. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next lesson. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Hello friend, how are you today? I hope you're well. And today I'm going to look at the IELTS topic of holidays and travel. So firstly, let's have a look at some vocabulary. So we have accommodation. So accommodation is a room or building in which you stay during holidays or live. So this could be a flat, it could be a hotel. More modernly, could also be an Airbnb. You have all-inclusive. So all-inclusive is a hotel deal where the price includes accommodation, the meals, and the drinks. And importantly, this is available at any time. So we also have half board. So half board would be breakfast and dinner. That would be included in the hotel price. We have full board. So full board is your three meals. So you have your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner included in the price of your accommodation. We have self-catering. So self-catering is when you have a holiday and no meals are provided. So what do you prefer? Each has its advantages and disadvantages. If you are feeling rather lazy or you'd want to be pampered, then you can go for an all-inclusive. If you want to have the flexibility of being able to cook for yourself when you want to, then go for self-catering. I personally think self-catering is wonderful because it allows me to go into the supermarket, I can browse the different aisles, and I can choose what I fancy eating. A breathtaking view. A breathtaking view is an amazing view. A lot of hotels, they would include this in the description. So they would say you can have a room with breathtaking views, and usually this bumps up the price a little bit. An interesting one is a busman's holiday. Now, I don't use this, but I've seen it used occasionally. So a busman's holiday is when you have a holiday that's similar to your day job. An example of this could be a surfer, an example of this could be a lifeguard that goes to the beach for a holiday. Or it could be a bus driver that goes on a long drive somewhere for his holiday. So it's very similar to the kind of work that you do. Getting away from it all. This means to get away from your everyday life and your usual routine. To go off the beaten track. This is a very popular phrase. It means to stay away from the usual tourist spots. So if we think about the word beaten, here imagine a long path with lots of footsteps. The more footsteps that you have, it will start to make a dent in the road. So to go off the beaten path, you can see this particular path or road has many footsteps on it, which implies that it's very popular. So if it's very popular, then maybe you would want to go and see what the attraction is. But then if you go off the beaten track, usually you can experience more of the real city. Hordes of tourists. Hordes means a lot. So when you see hordes of tourists, there are so many people, it's so busy. Some people would like this. Conversely, other people may not like this and want to have somewhere more peaceful and tranquil, and so would avoid hordes of tourists. A picturesque village. Picturesque is another word for beautiful. It often is related to scenery. For example, the scene is absolutely picturesque. The mountains are perfect, so is the ocean and the sky. It's absolutely picturesque. It's like a picture, it's like a painting, it's so perfect. Tourist trap is a place where there are many tourists. So if you think of the word trap, if you think about a mouse trap, for example, you can't escape. So a tourist trap is where you can have certain historical landmarks, and there are so many tourists there. It could even be something which someone has created to attract tourists. You'll often see pop-up events or artists on the street, and if there were no tourists, I doubt they would be there. So they are there to attract the tourists. Now this can be a good thing because it increases the economy, it increases more money flowing into that city, into the country, which can be a good thing. However, you may want to avoid the tourist trap if you want to have more of an authentic experience. Maybe you want to enjoy the culture, so you want to go off the beaten track and avoid a tourist trap and experience more of what the city is really like. Now that we've looked at some important vocabulary, let's look at a quick look at the structure of the IELTS exam. So you have three parts. The first part is just an introduction, it's a warm-up. So the examiner will be asking you a series of questions. They may feel like quick fire questions because they will come at you very quickly and you will give short answers. So think of this as a warm-up. Try not to get too stressed, just relax and try to respond naturally and clearly to the examiner. A question you could have is, do you like traveling? Yes, absolutely. Seeing the world is, in my opinion, the greatest joy of life. I like the variety of visiting bustling cities or exploring places full of nature. Traveling is a fascinating way to discover new locations and learn about other cultures. So you can see in the answer, I keep it quite short. Don't worry if the examiner stops you at any point. It's quite natural. Don't think that you've done anything wrong. It's just that he or she has a certain number of questions that they have to get through. Another question is, what is your favorite type of holiday? I enjoy getting away from it all and then going on nature holidays. The wilderness is my favorite place to unwind. I frequently stray from the beaten path because I'm tired of tourist traps. What do you do on holidays? I like to go to different museums and interesting locations. For example, I visited the Louvre in Paris during my most recent holiday. It was excellent. Occasionally I go shopping with my family, however, I don't find it as fulfilling. Are there many tourists visiting your country? Yes, definitely. My country has many different tourist attractions. For example, there are an abundance of museums and music festivals. There is a mix of history and new events that attract young and old. When you move on to part 2, you'll be given a cue card which will have some prompts on it. Now, I highly suggest writing some notes. Think of your 5 W's, so your who, what, when, where, and why. And try to touch on some of these aspects. If you can't provide answers for every why, don't worry too much. It's more about having fluency and some coherence, so your ideas should naturally flow from one aspect to the next. So you could have a question like, describe a tourist attraction you once visited. You should say when you visited it, where it is situated, who you went with, and say what about it you liked the most. A few years ago, I went to Edinburgh in Scotland, which is towards the north of the UK. I went with my parents-in-law for a quick getaway. I chose Edinburgh because I had never been there before and it looked beautiful in photographs. Edinburgh had a festival, so there were hordes of tourists. Although it was busy, I really enjoyed the ambience. Fortunately, the weather was excellent, so we went on a walking tour of Edinburgh Castle. The views were breathtaking and I thoroughly enjoyed taking in all the historical information. Edinburgh is a stunning city and a visit is highly advised. Moving on to part 3. So part 3 is a bit more in-depth, so your answers should be a bit more detailed than the other parts. Why do you think tourism is so developed now? That's an interesting question, and there could be many factors involved. Firstly, with the advent of budget airlines, buying cheap tickets is easily accessible. You don't have to spend an arm and a leg on hotels either, as Airbnb has a plethora of options. Secondly, you can plan your perfect itinerary from the comfort of your home using the internet. This allows you to tailor the perfect holiday suited to you. How do people choose their destination? Well, there are a variety of ways. For example, you can browse the internet for special deals, or you can visit a traditional brick-and-mortar travel agency to get more advice. It also depends on the type of holiday you are looking for. If you want a fly and flop holiday, then sun and sand is what you are looking for. Conversely, if you want to experience architecture and culture, then you could look at visiting historical cities. I really hope you found this video helpful. I highly advise watching my other video about holidays and travel. This is because it serves to supplement these questions. It's always nice to have a well-rounded view of this topic. This way, you're not having to memorize the questions and the answers. You're really understanding the topic. So you have almost like a mind map where you have different categories. So depending on the question, you can just cherry pick the certain answer that you want. Comment below and let me know, what was your favorite holiday that you've ever been on? And where would you want to go next? Thank you so much for watching. Please like, share and subscribe. I really appreciate it. It's free to do so and it really helps to make this channel grow. Today I'm going to be talking about luggage. So when you're going on holiday, you have to think about your check-in luggage and your carry-on luggage. So these two are different sizes. Generally the check-in luggage is larger. Depending on the airline, it can be different weights. Sometimes it can be up to 22 kg and your carry-on luggage is much smaller, and the airlines have their specific dimensions for this. So we're going to discuss and have a look at what's in my luggage, and you can tell me what you like to pack. So let's get started. Here we have the check-in luggage and the baby size carry-on luggage. Let's have a look inside here, and it's fairly messy, but when I travel I like to fold the items of clothing up. Sometimes I would roll the items up to make a lot more space. Let me know, how do you pack? Are you a very neat packer, or do you just throw things or shove things into the suitcase? And then carry-on luggage, got my laptop in there, but I would fill a lot more things into the carry-on luggage. Can you tell me what this is? Good, this is a t-shirt. So for example, if I'm going on a holiday for a week, I would take 7 t-shirts. And let me know, how many t-shirts would you take? When it comes to deciding what type of t-shirts to take, I would take the items of clothing that I wear regularly, because it just makes it easier for me when it comes to packing. Also, it depends on the weather, so the type of material is important as well. What are these called? Good, these are shorts. So you can have different type of shorts. You can have normal shorts, or you could have swimming shorts, which would have an inner layer. What is this called? So this is a bit of a tricky one. I wouldn't call this a t-shirt because it doesn't have any sleeves. So I would call this a sleeveless t-shirt. In America, they may call this a tank top. It could also be called a vest in the UK. But really for me, a vest is something which has even thinner shoulders. What about this? Yes, this is a shirt. We've got different type of shirts as well. This is a more casual shirt. And this is a more formal shirt. So say for example, you're going out to a nice restaurant, I would choose the more formal shirt over the informal shirt. We have a jumper. This has a nice zip. I tend to prefer jumpers that have zips because, especially during winter or even summer, it's easy to take off the items of clothing. what is this called? You could call it a jacket. I prefer to call this a hoodie because it has a hoodie here. It has a zip here. What about this? Yes, this is a baseball cap. Now, what are these? Good. These are flip-flops. So rather than sandals, which I'll show you in a second, I would call these flip-flops. And here we have sandals. So I guess for men especially, I refer to sandals, that is something that has straps. So they have straps here as opposed to the flip-flops, which you could call sandals if you wanted to, but it's a personal preference. Now, what would you call these? So there are two of them. So I would say a pair of socks. Excellent. Well done. What would you call these? In America, you would call them sneakers. In the UK, we call them trainers. When it comes to your carry-on luggage, what kind of things do you like to pack? I like to take my laptop, toothbrush, toothpaste, maybe some paracetamol, sunblock. Now, the airlines have different rules. If it's sometimes if it's a liquid that's 100 ml, for example, 100 milliliters, then they will give you a clear bag to put these things into. So it's nice practice to separate that before you get to the airport. So it's a lot easier rather than having to rummage through everything to get it out and panicking. A few interesting things that you might like to take. Firstly, these are travel earplugs. So if I show you here, so these can be quite useful, especially if you suffer from ear pain during altitude, during a flight. So let me know, do you suffer from ear pain? What kind of things do you like to use to help you? A lot of people say that you should chew chewing gum or try to yawn, and that can help to unplug your ears and reduce the pain. Another very useful item is this. So this is protection, is RFID protection, and a lot of credit cards, for example, are contactless. Even when you go to a hotel, they may give you a card to access your room, maybe to access the safe. And I like to put those cards into this. So this is a sleeve here, and you can easily put it into here, put it into your wallet or to your pocket, into your pocket, and it stops people from cloning or tapping your card. This is a nice travel bag where you can put your passports into it and you can tie it around your waist, and I think it's very nice and it gives me peace of mind when I'm traveling because I know all the time where my passports and my valuables are. I also pack travel plugs, power bank, my headphones, a book or a magazine. A lot of these things come in really handy, especially when you're waiting for a connecting flight. So let me know, when you're traveling, what kind of things do you like to pack? Firstly, in your check-in luggage and also your carry-on luggage. So when you get to the airport, how do you spend your time? Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello, my name is Harry, and today we're going to learn English in my kitchen. This is the fridge or the refrigerator. So we have a fridge or refrigerator. This is a combination. So we have the freezer at the bottom and the main refrigerator or fridge at the top. And I have some of these on the fridge. Do you know what these are called? These are called fridge magnets. I have some iconic London landmarks, the London Bridge, Big Ben. We have a red telephone booth. Do you know what this is called? This is a washing machine. It has lots of different settings. So for all of your specific needs, we also have a temperature gauge. What are white goods? Well, white goods are the fridge and the washing machine. You also have things like the dishwasher. These are called white goods, even though we can see here this fridge is grey. But it's referred to as white goods because these are large appliances. It's difficult to move around very easily. Then you have brown goods. Now, brown goods can be something like a kettle, a toaster, something that you can move around easily. You have a microwave, which is somewhere in the middle because it's difficult to move, but it's still portable, fairly portable. Can you tell me what this is? Good, this is a toaster. Can you tell me what this is? Good, this is a kettle. It's a nice, bright, vibrant red kettle. And can you tell me what this is? Yes, this is a microwave. Can you tell me what this is? This is a stove. A stove refers to the top part. And can you tell me what this is? This would be the oven. So as we can see here, the top part is the stove and the bottom part is the oven. You also have some different names. You could call this a cooker, which could refer to everything. What is this called here? This is called an extractor fan. The extractor fan can suck up all of the smells and when you are cooking, and then it expels it out of the kitchen. There are different settings here. You can also have a light, and it's very useful for when it is cold and you're cooking in the evening. Do you know what this is called? This is a water filter jug. I am pouring some water from the jug. This jug comes in really handy because in London you have a lot of extra minerals in the water, so the water is very hard and you can get a buildup of limescale. On the counter I have some of my favorite breakfast cereals. I have this Ready Brick, which is a kind of porridge. Weetabix. I like to have 2 of these in the morning. I also like some bran flakes, which is very healthy, good for your digestive system. Some Special K, high in fiber, vitamins B12, B6, vitamin D and iron. Especially the vitamin D, being in London means that you don't get much sunlight, so the vitamin D is good. And one of my favorites, crunchy nut granola with hazelnut and some chocolate. This is quite easy to eat any time of the day, so I have to eat it not as often as the other ones. I've also got some of my favorite coffee at the moment, and I like to use honey. And what about yourself? Can you let me know in the comments below what cereal, what do you like to eat for breakfast? What is this called? This is a sink. This is where you wash the dishes. And over here, what is this called? This is a dish rack, and I like it so much. I love it so much because it has a little spout. So when you dry the dishes, the water drains away very quickly and it's very easy to dry. What is this? This is called a tea towel. This is a special type of tea towel. It's a microfiber tea towel, which I find is more absorbent than the traditional cotton tea towels. What is this called? This is a saute pan. Now this is different to a frying pan because it is bigger. You can see the walls of the pan are higher, so you can put more into a saute pan than a frying pan, but I like to use it for things that I like to fry as well. And what is this called? Yes, this is a frying pan. What is this called? This is a saucepan or a pot. It's very versatile. You can use it to make a lot of dishes, for example, pasta or curry. What is this called? This is a casserole pot, and it's my favorite pot. This is called a lid. It's very heavy. It's a very heavy pot, and I love it so much because it is versatile. Versatile means you can use it in many different ways. You can also put it into the oven if you want to, and it cooks food beautifully and very quickly. What are these called? These are tongs, and they're very handy for when you are turning food in the frying pan. What is this? This is a spatula. This is a silicone spatula. What is this called? Yes, this is a whisk. So when you are making eggs or baking ingredients for a cake, you can whisk the ingredients. So I really love spending time in my kitchen because there's a nice view of the garden, and so sometimes I see squirrels running about, some cats that may come to say hello, and it's a nice cozy environment. There's everything that I need, like I said, the essential white goods and also the brown goods. I haven't splashed out to buy a coffee machine or some of the other appliances. Can you tell me in the comments about your kitchen? What do you like in your kitchen? What do you have on your wish list that you may want to buy in the future? Hello friend, how are you today? I hope you're well. Now, to really be good at a language, it's really nice to appreciate and understand some of the culture. So today we're going to look at 1990s culture because I am 42 and I was 8 years old going into the 90s. And so I had my teenage years in the 1990s. So today we're going to look at the 90s culture. Music and Britpop, the sound of the 90s. The British music scene in the 90s was dominated by Britpop, a movement that celebrated British identity and pushed back against American grunge. It blended rock, indie, and pop influences, with the lyrics often reflecting working class life and British culture. So music at that time was really, really powerful. It felt very fresh and new because they talked about the struggles that people were having, and they combined this with British culture. Oasis, the Manchester band led by Liam and Noel Gallagher, defined the 90s with hits like Wonderwall, Don't Look Back in Anger, and Live Forever. Their 1996 album, What's the Story? Morning Glory, became one of the UK's best-selling records ever. And there was a bit of a battle between Oasis and Blur. At the time, I was on the side of Oasis. Let me know, who did you prefer, Oasis or Blur? However, I did like some of Blur's songs. Now, Blur, they had more of a London-centric, cheeky style, and they produced classics like Park Life, Girls and Boys, and Song 2. In particular, I love the song Song 2. It's really iconic. Then you had Pulp, known for Common People and Disco 2000. Pulp captured British class struggles and nightlife. Then you had Suede and Elastica. Suede brought a darker, artier side to Britpop, while Elastica blended punk and indie rock. Now, beyond Britpop, the Spice Girls led the girl power movement, bringing British pop to a global audience with songs like Wannabe. The Spice Girls were huge at the time. They felt like the biggest band in the world, and they just went beyond music and they went into culture, and you couldn't escape from the Spice Girls. And I think this really elevated the perception of Britain at the time in terms of producing music that was fresh and fun. The dance and electronic music scene also exploded with acts like The Prodigy, Fatboy Slim, Underworld, and Massive Attack. I think the 90s was almost the golden age for music because you have so many different types of genres. In particular, I loved Massive Attack. It felt like music that came from another planet, and you couldn't believe what you were hearing. And you were just so happy to have such a vast selection of different types of music. Garage music also started rising, leading to the UK garage boom in the early 2000s. So UK garage music, it's like a fast and bouncy style of dance music. It mixes house, jungle, R&B sounds with a strong bass, catchy beats, and chopped up vocals. Some popular artists are Artful Dodger, Craig David, and MJ Cole. And the music, again, it just felt really fresh and different, and it felt like you were one of the first, you were at the forefront of this type of music that was eventually going to become extremely popular. But you were there at the beginning experiencing this type of music. Football and Euro 96, when football came home. The 1990s were a golden era for English football, both in terms of club football and international excitement. The Premier League was formed in 1992, revolutionizing English football with TV deals, international players, and modern stadiums. Being an Arsenal supporter, the 90s were a golden age for us, winning trophies and having amazing players like Thierry Henry, Patrick Vieira, Perez, Bergkamp. Arsenal were playing such exciting football, and there was an intense rivalry between Manchester United, and the drama that we witnessed was just amazing. Now, Manchester United, they dominated in the 90s, winning multiple league titles under Sir Alex Ferguson. They've been on a drastic decline, but in the 90s, they were dominant. Euro 96, hosted in England, created a wave of national pride. England reached the semi-finals before losing on penalties to Germany. And it was amazing being a teenager at that time, finishing school and not having to worry about paying bills or having to work, and just spending your days playing video games and watching Euro 96. And the country was just enveloped with a national sense of pride. Everyone was happy and just really joyful to see England doing well. The song Three Lions, Football's Coming Home, became the unofficial anthem of English football. Football wasn't just a sport, it was a major part of British identity, influencing fashion, music, and media. Now, talking about fashion, let's have a look at the fashion at the time. So, fashion was heavily influenced by music, football, and pop culture. Tracksuits and sportswear were extremely popular. You had brands like Adidas, Nike, Reebok. These dominated, and to a certain extent they still do today. You have some newcomers like New Balance or Under Armour, and these were often worn with white trainers. You had rave culture fashion, so baggy jeans, bucket hats, neon colors, and oversized t-shirts were everywhere at clubs and festivals. Britpop style, bands like Oasis and Blur popularized Parkers, Fred Perry shirts, Dr. Martens, and vintage sportswear. You had the Spice Girls look, where people wore platform shoes, mini dresses, crop tops, and colorful accessories. Football shirts as everyday wear. Club shirts, especially Manchester United and England jerseys, were part of casual fashion. So you could really see how at that time in particular, people were influenced by football and musicians, and they were emulating their style. TV and films, the golden age of British entertainment. British TV and cinema were thriving, with many shows and films from the 90s still being iconic today. Some popular TV shows at the time, you had Absolutely Fabulous. This was a satirical comedy about the world of fashion and celebrity excess. The Vicar of Dibley, a classic British sitcom about a female vicar in a small village. Men Behaving Badly. This was the ultimate 90s lad sitcom reflecting young British men's lives. This was iconic for the lad culture, which is something we'll go into in a bit. TFI Friday and The Big Breakfast. This was fun, chaotic TV talk shows featuring top celebrities and bands. This is most common in America, I think, where the shows, they have lots of energy and they are interacting with the audience. And this was introduced to the UK at the time. Many people used to watch TFI Friday on a Friday at 6 p.m. before getting ready to go out to the club in the evening. And The Big Breakfast, I remember watching this before school. It had lots of energy and it would wake you up before having to go to school. And you felt like you wanted to wake up to watch The Big Breakfast. So it was really helpful to get into school or to get into work. Teletubbies, the weird but hugely popular children's show that became a global phenomenon. This show, I don't know how and why it did so well. It was very weird and very strange, but extremely popular. British films that defined the decade. Trainspotting. This was a dark, stylish and gritty look at Edinburgh's drug scene featuring Ewan McGregor. This movie was amazing. You had Four Weddings and a Funeral, the film that made Hugh Grant a star and defined British romantic comedies. Notting Hill, another Hugh Grant hit, pairing him with Julia Roberts in a story about a bookshop owner and a Hollywood star. So you had different types of movies. You had Trainspotting, which is quite gritty and focusing on life, dealing with drugs and making choices. And then you had the British rom-coms, and Hugh Grant led the way with that. Then you had films like Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, which was a fast-paced film, gangster film, made by Guy Ritchie, and this really made him famous, and he went on to make similar types of movies. So British cinema in the 90s had a mix of edgy, realism, romantic charm, and world-class storytelling. Technology and gaming. The 1990s saw the birth of the digital age, though in a much simpler form than today. And this is something universal to the whole of the world, but I will give you the take the British take of it in the 90s. So you had dial-up internet, the slow, noisy connection that meant no one could use the phone while you were online. I remember getting into numerous arguments with my mum when she wanted to make a telephone call and she would hear the static. So I would have to turn off the internet and wait until she finished her phone call. You had internet service providers like AOL, which dominated the market at that time. And the internet was incredibly slow. You had phones like the Nokia 3210, which is completely different to phones of today. And you had the game Snake, which was incredibly addictive. PlayStation 1 came out, and you had games like Tomb Raider, Gran Turismo, and Final Fantasy. They bring back such fond memories, such innocent times of just playing these fun games and not having to worry about anything else in your life. You had Tamagotchis. This was the virtual pet craze that took over the playgrounds, and everyone wanted a little Tamagotchi, a little virtual pet, and they just became very difficult to find. So earlier I mentioned lad culture. So the 90s saw the rise of lad culture, a mix of football, beer, and irreverent humor. So it was an opportunity for men to be non-apologetic about their lives, and magazines like FHM, Loaded, and Maxim became huge, featuring interviews with footballers, musicians, and models. Comedians like Peter Kay and Ricky Gervais thrived in this era of sarcastic, blokey humor. Football, drinking, and nights out were often glorified in the media, reflecting a working class and youth-driven culture. So there was a culture of drinking heavily, which you don't have today, and it was even linked with football. So a lot of footballers used to drink heavily, and I remember when Arsene Wenger, the Arsenal coach, came in and he changed people's diets, stopped the footballers from drinking and becoming more professional, and over time that lad culture diminished and reduced. Politics and the cool Britannia era. The late 90s were marked by Tony Blair's new Labour government elected in 1997. Blair's victory symbolized change, optimism, and modernization after nearly 2 decades of conservative rule. It was almost like the shackles were off and people were fed up of the conservatives and wanted to be free and to express themselves. The Cool Britannia movement celebrated British music, art, and culture worldwide. Blair was even photographed with Oasis's Noel Gallagher at 10 Downing Street. So this was quite interesting. It was a change from politicians mixing with celebrities and musicians. There was a sense that Britain was at the center of global pop culture, with music, film, and sports booming. So why do the 90s still matter today? Well, the 1990s left a lasting impact on Britain. Music. Britpop's influence can still be seen in British indie rock. Football. The Premier League is now the richest and most watched league in the world. Fashion. 90s styles like tracksuits, Dr. Martens, and vintage sportwear have made a comeback. TV and film. Shows like Absolutely Fabulous and films like Trainspotting remain classics. Technology. So the 90s saw the birth of the internet culture. You even see people adopting dumb phones. So they're fed up of smartphones and the addiction that follows, and they're using dumb phones like the old Nokias instead. Now, So the 1990s, I think it was such a unique blend of youth, of culture, of music, of fashion and sports. And it created a national identity that's still remembered fondly today. So you had things like Britpop, football fever, the rise of technology. I think I'm quite grateful to have grown up in the 90s, to be honest, compared to growing up in the 2000s or the 2010s, because you had a sense of national pride in terms of the music, the movies, the culture, and it felt quite different. And I think the lack of social media, as I said before, probably contributes to that. And people used to be out of the house a lot more. So whether it be meeting up more or going out clubbing or going to the pub or meeting up more, and with social media and phones, it's easier to keep in contact with people and not really go out as much. But the 90s, it's still relevant today. You still have people adopting the fashion, for example, and then having like a retro look, and then it becomes more popular today. So let me know, did you grow up in the 90s? What do you think about the 90s? And also, it'll be interesting to know, if you grew up in the 90s in your country, how was the music, the TV, the fashion? So thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. And remember, I have a free ebook that I have created for you. It contains 5 amazing practical tips to help you to improve your English. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you, and bye-bye. Hello, my name is Harry, and this is Learn English with British Harry. I hope you're all well, and today I'm joined by Avery from Arc English. Avery, how are you today?
Very good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. So thank you for taking the time to come onto the
Mhm.
podcast. So this is a natural conversation for our listeners to hear native English in practice. So Avery, how has your day been so far?
It's been all right. It's been a good Sunday.
Yeah,
The time difference is a little different over there
yeah,
versus here in Canada. So just woke up, had some breakfast, and hopped on to this call with you. So excited to
perfect,
chat. Yeah.
perfect. And how's the weather? It's a very popular topic in the UK here. So how's the weather there?
Yeah, it's tough. In Canada, there's a blizzard right now. So
Wow.
we have snow that's, I had to guess, I'd say the snow is maybe 3 or 4 feet of snow. It's really bad. So
Yeah. But
it's
are you used to it? Have you just become
um
accustomed to it?
yeah, I mean every January and February every year,
Yeah.
there's at least 1 or 2 weeks that are pretty harsh.
Okay.
Um, and then things start to get a little bit better towards the end of March. So yeah, you could say I'm used to it,
Yeah.
but it still doesn't change the fact that it's pretty unpleasant outside.
Yeah. So do you prefer sunnier, hot weather, or don't you have a preference?
I I say just because I've lived here my whole life, I do like the change of season
Yeah.
between hot and cold. I enjoy the fall and the spring as well.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I would say I would prefer a change of season, just not as extreme as it is here in
Yes.
Canada. If it got down to around 0 degrees Celsius, that would be a good low.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that would be ideal in a perfect world. So,
Yeah. I think
what about
you have a larger wardrobe when you have the different seasons.
oh,
Um, I,
absolutely.
I quite like my accessories like gloves and scarves, so you can adapt it to the different season. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, yeah, I'd say that is true. That is kind of nice to have. That's also why I would say I enjoy a
Yeah,
change of seasons instead of just having it be plus 30 degrees Celsius
yeah,
all the time. I honestly don't think I'd ever be able to get accustomed to
Yeah,
something like that. Like if you lived in Dubai or somewhere like that.
yeah,
So yeah.
perfect. And so if we think about YouTube for a second, in terms of content creation, it's
Mhm.
become that word content creation has become part of a lot of people's lives. How we interact with content, how we interact with others. How have you found content creation, and when did you get into rather than consuming content and then moving into creating content?
Yeah, I'd say I started creating content. I think it might have been about 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay.
I actually work in a different industry. I work in the real estate industry, actually.
Okay.
But just on the side, I've decided to do this. In what led up to it is in the country of Canada,
Yeah.
it's a very big country. There are English speaking regions in Canada, and there are also French speaking regions in Canada.
Okay.
So I moved from one of the English speaking regions over to the French speaking regions, and I had to learn the French language
Okay.
for work. Um, it was extremely difficult, and I made a ton of mistakes just when it came to language learning in general.
Yeah.
And then that kind of sparked the idea
Yeah.
to advise people on to not make all the same mistakes that I made when I had to learn a new language. And a lot of these principles also apply to learning the English language.
Yeah.
So that's really what started it.
Okay.
Um, and then from there, I just started creating some content to assist people with their English, and it kind of took off from there over the last couple of years. So.
Brilliant. Before we had the pandemic, I was always thinking about creating a channel. And then even during the pandemic, I toyed with the idea of creating some content. But I think procrastination got in the way.
Mm.
And then I just put it off and put it off. And I had to just bite the bullet. And at some point just say, okay, let me create some content, because I think with most people, we're so used to consuming content, and it almost gets to a tipping point where you say, okay, I can translate my experience and I can help people. It could be a point where you've been putting it off for such a long time, where you say, right, now is the time to start creating content. And what are some of the challenges you faced when creating content?
Yeah. So, yeah, your experience is normal. I went through something similar. Before I really started the channel Arc English, before then, I actually attempted to do the same thing about a year before that. And I just didn't stay committed to it.
Yeah,
I just made a few videos and I kind of just quit
yeah,
and waited an entire year
wow,
until I decided to do it again.
yeah,
So in my mind, I always thought it would be a good idea in theory.
yeah,
I guess I just didn't really know how to apply it
mm,
with my schedule and make everything fit in and make everything work logistically,
yeah,
like systematically.
yes,
So it's the biggest challenges were just that finding the time to make content that is original, but that will also still work in the
yeah,
algorithms that are ever
yes,
changing.
yes,
Um, and then also, of course, just finding the time to actually record it, have it edited, have it scheduled, and just be organized essentially with a limited period of time. But it really
yeah,
forces you to be very creative with your time management. When you,
definitely,
yeah.
definitely. And I personally, I was surprised at the amount of time and effort it takes to create content. So I have a newfound respect for all content creators, regardless of any whatever you're creating. I find that it takes even like mental energy, where you're planning for what you're going to create and then going through the process. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was. I found also it was psychologically challenging
Yeah.
because especially with some of these platforms, such as Instagram, for an example. Um, I had a very, very small platform, a very
Yeah,
small following, probably for the first 6 to 9 months,
yeah,
maybe 6 to 12 months. And then around month 12, it finally just took off with like one post,
yeah,
basically.
yeah,
That just changed everything. But psychologically, to keep posting consistently
yeah.
when you're not really getting that much traction or any tangible results,
Yes.
and just trying to keep going and keep figuring it out, essentially,
Yeah.
that's very psychologically difficult because it's so unpredictable or unknown if it's really going to work or if it won't, essentially.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, definitely. You have to have that think determination,
yeah.
having a routine really helps. And I think also for me, being an English teacher, it was nice for me to share my videos with my students. So
Mm-hmm.
after the lessons, they have something to refer back to. But I think that the concept of being able to share knowledge and learning something and sharing your experience, I think it's wonderful because you're able to help so many people. Now, I think it's impossible to please everyone, but you can share your personal, your unique experience. So if whether it's learning vocabulary or listening to a conversation like we're having now, and
Yep.
maybe some people they don't have access to listen to a real conversation. So listening to a conversation, it can help them to pick up on the rhythm of speech, vocabulary, and how people interact and bounce ideas off each other. Because I found, especially with English learning and building fluency, a big part is connecting ideas together. So when you were having to learn, you mentioned you went to a French speaking part of Canada. So,
Yep.
did you grow up learning French or did you have to learn it from scratch?
So, in the country of Canada, they do implement French
Yeah,
into the curriculum as you're going through school growing up, but that's another thing I critique heavily in a lot of my videos as well on YouTube
yeah,
is formal education by itself
mm,
is not going to be enough to make you fluent in another language. You're going to have to go above and beyond and do certain things in your own time
yeah, yeah,
outside of that classroom.
yeah,
So they would teach us numbers, they would teach us colors,
yeah,
they would teach us the alphabet,
yeah,
how to conjugate extremely basic verbs,
yes,
but absolutely nobody was going to start speaking fluently from those particular lessons.
yeah.
So yeah, I had to. It came to a point where I really had to take things upon myself to self learn the language.
Perfect. Very good. And so would you say that you're fluent in French now or at an advanced level?
Yeah, I would say I've been learning it. I've been learning it seriously for about 4 to 5 years now, and I would say by this point, yes, I can speak it fairly fluently for my job, at least when it comes to real estate related activities.
Yeah.
But it was really hard. I made a lot of mistakes, and you have to go through a lot of embarrassing situations too. And then also, it doesn't really help that the French here in Canada is a little bit unique.
Okay.
They speak a different dialect than pretty much the rest of the French speaking world. So their French is quite unique here in the province of Quebec. So.
Okay. I think you also had a strong driving force. You had huge motivation there where you had to learn it for your job. And I think, especially when people are learning English, to keep
Mhm.
that in mind, to remind yourself what is your purpose, what's your driving force for learning English. Because sometimes you can get lost in, students can get lost in grammar and vocabulary, and they lose sight of why they are learning English. I think if you're studying for a specific exam, like IELTS
or TOEFL or at high school or university, it makes it easier. But
Mhm.
as adults, we talked about juggling time, trying to incorporate English into your daily life sometimes can be challenging. So I think remembering the benefits of learning English, like career opportunities, travel, even as a hobby, I think is good because it forces you to grow and learn new things. And talking about hobbies, I can spot a guitar in the background.
Yeah.
Is it for show? Is it like a showpiece, or do you play the guitar?
No, I used to play the guitar and the bass
Yeah.
guitar you see
Okay.
there. When I
Nice.
have a little bit of time, I still try to play, but it's it's tricky to find time sometimes these days.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played it a ton when I was in high school,
Okay.
a lot when I was in university,
Yeah.
less so now, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've
So
dabbled in the past with acoustic guitars. I haven't played for a while because life has got in the way. But I think it's a nice thing to do. So do you have what other hobbies and interests you have?
Um, teaching English.
Okay.
That's a hobby.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, play music. But I honestly work a lot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I used to be a basketball player as well. I played a lot in high school and university, and a little bit after as well. But nowadays, it's I rarely play still. It'll be rare that I get to do a lot of my hobbies. Just at this particular stage in my life, I'm working quite a bit, so
Yeah.
hopefully I'll be able to buy some of my time back in the near or distant future. So
Yeah. It's if we think about having a work-life balance, does that exist?
not not
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
not right now. It feels more like a work life integration in a
Yeah.
sense, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
It feels more like a It was more like that, especially in the industry of real estate. It's a very social industry.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could do a lot of things recreationally, but at the same time, you may still be discussing business or trying to work out or solve some sort of problem while simultaneously doing something recreational with a potential client.
Right.
So
So there's no
yeah,
escape.
not really, no.
Yeah.
Because anybody could be a potential client in theory. So it's almost like you're working in every social interaction in a
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you enjoy your job, then I think there's a difference. So I'm a professional English teacher and I also create content on YouTube as well. So that takes up a lot of my day. So I think I'm consumed with English 24/7. Um,
Yeah.
but I think sometimes taking a break from that to have a balance, I think can be really good. I think just for your emotional health, well-being. For example, I try to get to the gym, try and do some exercise when I can. You mentioned basketball. Is there anything that you do outside of work to keep your body ticking over?
Well, yeah, I try to exercise every morning from Monday through Friday
Okay.
before I go to work, actually. I just try to get up and just do an hour,
Yeah.
just a lot of exercise. It's really good for when you're sitting a lot
Yeah.
all day, to do some mobility exercises and then stretch at the end of it.
Yeah.
So I absolutely incorporate that. And then usually on the weekends, I'll try to take it easy on Friday night and Saturday morning, and then I'll usually work through the day on Saturday, and then I'll try to take it easy on Saturday night and Sunday morning, like this morning,
Yeah.
and then I'll usually get back to work for Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. So
Okay. Is there any specific type of exercise that you prefer to do?
it's pretty routine. Back when I played basketball, we had programs that we would follow, and I still follow some of those things I used to do from when I was playing basketball. So I incorporate some plyometrics, which
Okay.
helps with your jumping.
Yeah.
And then the rest would really just be resistance and weight training,
Yeah.
but still doing movements that you would have done in a basketball game, essentially.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially I think I'm a bit older than you are. So I think as you age, I think mobility is really important. I
Yeah.
think that takes center stage over everything else. I think for myself, a turning point was when I went to tie my shoelaces, my trainers, and I felt a twinge in my knee. And then I had to just sit down and put some ice on my knee. And I just thought, yeah, just thought, right, now I need to do a lot more stretching, mobility exercises. And I think, yeah, I think sometimes in life you have certain things that happen that force you to reassess and think, okay, I need to, because I think I was neglecting exercise. And especially in the UK where the weather is terrible, you have to have a lot of mental fortitude and determination to go out for a walk, but you're probably used to it with a blizzard.
Well,
So,
there is no option to go out for a walk.
yeah.
it's it's just I mean in the UK, how cold does it get in the UK? What
So,
is the coldest that'll ever go down to?
so well, you can get into the minus degrees. That's what my car temperature tells me. We'll be going into spring, so the clocks will change next month at the end of March, and that will
Yeah.
signal the start of spring.
Mm.
So, but I think in the peak of winter, for example, if I leave a bottle of water in my car, the next day it will just be ice. Yeah, so it can get pretty cold. So you have to have that determination to go out. Having something like a dog, I see a lot of people going out for a dog, and that would force them to go out for a walk, I think. But especially when it's dark as well in winter, you don't really feel like you have a lot of energy to get out and about outdoors. So things like vitamin D, I think really
Yeah.
helps. Having one of those lights to simulate artificial sunlight can really help. So I think those things are really good.
Yeah, I've heard that about the UK. You guys don't get a lot of sunlight there,
Yeah,
apparently. Yeah.
yeah,
No, it makes a big difference. It really does
yeah,
make a huge difference.
yeah.
Some people might be confused. They might think it's a minute detail, but no, it makes a huge
Definitely,
difference.
definitely. And I think taking
Yeah.
vitamin D is really beneficial, not just to feel good, but it helps your body to absorb calcium as well as you age. So if you have poor mobility coupled with a lack of vitamin C, and if you have a fall, it can really escalate your health and it can go downhill very, very quickly. This is why during summer, people in Britain go crazy and just
Yeah.
try and make the most of the wind of the summers.
Right.
And the summers are strange as well. It's lovely. I love summer because it gets later. So it gets dark rather. It gets dark
Yeah.
later. So
Mm.
9 or 9:30 in the evening, then it will start to get dark. So
Mm.
it can mess with your body clock because you would think, okay, it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening. Now it should be dark, but it gets to
Yeah.
9 o'clock and it's still daylight. So it takes some time for your body to get used to the extra daylight. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same here. Yeah, it's the winter humbles us, and then in the summer we definitely spend it outdoors. So
Work seems to take up a lot of your time. It's good that you're getting in some exercise. Do you have time to spend on any other activities? For example, Netflix, TV shows, or
uh,
movies?
on Friday nights or Saturday mornings, yeah, I try to. I usually watch YouTube more
Okay.
so than Netflix. Um, just honestly because of the time constraint almost.
Yeah.
It's just I find it easier to consume a 10-minute YouTube video
Yeah.
instead of watching like a 2 hour movie or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Just about anything that I could be interested in. It could be about sports. It could be about travel,
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's always fun to travel vicariously through YouTube
Yeah.
during the winter time.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say yeah, I'd honestly prefer YouTube more so than Netflix more often than not. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting because I think YouTube is becoming the new Netflix with more people watching
Yeah.
YouTube on TV.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and there's even mini series on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're into, more amateur films or more amateur series or amateur TV shows or
Yeah.
smaller creators that aren't, doing large scale Hollywood productions, then yeah, that's an option on
Yeah.
YouTube as well.
I think the progression of YouTube has been amazing. I remember back in the day before, well, when YouTube was in its infancy and
Yeah.
just starting up, and people didn't really know what this platform was about.
Mhm.
And just seeing people post videos, vlogs, and then lots of cat videos. And now it's progressed with celebrities being on YouTube. You have people like Cristiano Ronaldo, famous footballer, who is on YouTube. Do you think that YouTube should be exclusive to ordinary people and keep out celebrities? Do you think they have an unfair advantage when it comes to YouTube?
Well, yeah, they absolutely have an advantage because they have more influence and popularity. But no, I think it's smart on their
Yeah,
end.
definitely.
If I were them, I would
Yeah,
do the same thing.
yeah, yeah,
If I had a lot of influence and I could start a podcast with that head start,
yes,
that's smart. That's smart. They could promote their own brands. I could understand why they would do it as a business move, to be honest. For the smaller creators, I mean, the good thing is we still have the opportunity to
yeah,
still essentially build an audience and do the same thing on YouTube. It helps. YouTube has really good reach
yeah,
in terms of it acts as a search engine as well too.
yeah,
So we're not really restricted to our local municipality when it comes to trying to reach people. You can
yeah,
really, as you probably know too,
mm,
especially teaching something like English, you have a worldwide audience really
yeah,
from all continents basically around the world.
definitely. And I just think it's good for the audience because they have so many options. They can
Sure.
listen to so many different types of accents, see
Mhm.
lots of different faces, teaching styles, and the more that they can interact with English, for example, it can only benefit them because they have more exposure. So I think it's really good in that sense. And going back to Ronaldo, I think his children actually pressured him or manipulated him to go onto YouTube because they wanted
Yeah.
the golden play button. So yeah, that's quite interesting because, but it's partly for a business move, and then partly to appease his children. It's like a movie star who would put his kids in his movie or make a movie just for his kids. So the way
Right.
it's progressed has been so fascinating. I've tried to dip my toe into other social media sites like Instagram and Facebook, but I found that YouTube has such a more lasting impression, I think, with the content and the length of content that you can create. Have you found there to
Well,
be,
absolutely.
yeah,
Or sorry, yeah, I was just gonna say absolutely. I could tell you firsthand. I've tried cross promoting my different platforms, and the people just stay on the platform that they prefer.
yeah,
So if I try sending people from Instagram over to YouTube, the people on Instagram stay on Instagram. They
yeah,
like short form content. The
yeah,
people on YouTube stay on YouTube. They like long form content. It's a completely different psychology of the viewer on
yeah,
YouTube versus the viewer on Instagram or TikTok. So it's
yeah,
it's kind of interesting.
yeah. definitely. I think it's especially with YouTube, it's like a rabbit hole. You can go into the analytics and looking at all of that stuff, and it's really fascinating. I think the way that they've created a platform and give creators the tools to have a look at what they are creating for free. I think it's really interesting. Okay,
Absolutely. Yeah.
perfect. And have you had any strange comments on social media about the content that you've created?
Ah, strange comments. More so on the short form content. Yes.
Yeah,
On the long form content, it's been pretty straightforward. On the long form, I'll just teach the principles that I think will help people learn English. They'll give me their feedback. Nothing weird when it came to that and my YouTube audience. But yeah, when it comes to the TikTok audience, the Instagram audience,
yeah,
the Facebook audience, yes, lots of weird comments, lots of lots of comedians on those platforms
yeah,
for sure.
yeah, definitely. I think it's sometimes you can have comments which, you know, are not motivating. They can be kind of negative comments. So how do you deal with the negative comments?
Uh, the negative comments, I don't really deal with them, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't really deal with them. I when I was starting out about a couple of years ago, I would respond to every comment and I would see every comment. Nowadays, I don't really have the time to go through the comments on short form content,
yeah,
but on YouTube, I pay attention to every comment and I try to respond to all of them.
yeah,
But I haven't seen anything weird on YouTube.
yeah,
I would say probably 2 years ago when I was looking through comments on short form content, um, I would do these really short videos where I would just give a list of vocabulary words. And then
yeah,
on the last one, I would ask them to guess what it is based on the image
yeah,
and say in the comments, what is this? And then some of them would purposely just say the wrong thing just to be funny, for
yeah,
example.
yeah,
That's like the classic example.
yeah,
And then like it would get their comment would get like 1,000 likes and everyone would think it's funny. And it's like
yeah,
I didn't even then I didn't really deal with it. I just left it there kind of like
yeah.
just
Be yeah, because it's something that you can't really plan for. So you set
yeah,
out to create some content. You hope that your content can be adding value to other people. They can
yeah,
find it either entertaining or informative. But then when you have some of these comments, sometimes you don't plan for how you will react to that.
yeah.
So I think sometimes taking it with a pinch of salt, not taking it too seriously, can really help. But I think at the end of the day, you're adding value, I think, which is really, really good. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and you hope it reaches as many people as it can. It seems like YouTube has a really good filter for people who want to watch your type of content.
Yeah.
But the other platforms, it may show it to just a wider range of people who are either looking to be entertained
Yeah.
and not necessarily being looking to be educated, essentially.
Yeah. Because if you think about learning English, for example, sometimes it can feel like a serious topic, like I need to learn English. So but being able to consume English on the go, if you're on the bus or on the train or at the doctor's appointment off in the office and you're just have a few moments to spare, you can just scroll
Mm-hmm.
through your phone and you're picking up something useful. Because I think being able to be immersed and interacting with English a lot of the time can really help. What do you think about being immersed in a language? Do you think it helps?
Yes, I do believe it helps. I'd say the advantage with English is that it's ubiquitous.
Yeah,
It's everywhere. So honestly, it will definitely help if you live in an English speaking region.
Yeah.
but you do not necessarily need that to immerse yourself in English to some degree, you
Yeah.
know. So that's the huge advantage of English. It's a lot easier to immerse yourself in English specifically than any other language I could think of.
Yeah. Definitely.
Are you from London? If you don't mind
Yes.
me asking, you're in
Yes.
London. Okay.
Yes.
See,
Yeah.
around what is the population of London? Is that like they have over 10 million people?
It
Right.
feels a lot more. It feels like it's just becoming overpopulated over time. I'm not sure the exact number, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
incredibly busy.
Yeah, I was just wondering what it would feel like to live in a in a city that huge from a population standpoint, if that feels overwhelming or
I think,
if it's kind of
yeah,
just normal for you.
I think the nice thing about London is that you always have a park within 10 minutes walking distance to a park. So you can find these pockets of quiet spaces. And I think when people think of London, they think of central London, which is zone one. And that's where you have the tourist attractions like Buckingham Palace, Westminster. So all of these London Eye, so all of these tourist attractions, and that's incredibly busy. But I always advise people just to go off the beaten track if they're traveling to London, jump on the tube, jump on a bus, and get lost on purpose. Just go anywhere. And because one of the fantastic things is the public transport system. So you will never really get lost. You can always find your way back. And it's almost like an adventure, and you discover new places that you might not have visited before. So I think definitely.
Oh, that's fascinating because yeah, I come from a city, the population of 750,000 people,
Okay.
and so it's not very it's not very comparable.
Yeah.
That's a very
Is
small town feel.
do you have a sense of community in the town? Do people know each other?
Yes, everybody knows each other, or if you were just walking down the street and you just picked a random person, you would mutually know somebody
Okay.
that you know someone who knows someone who knows that. Like
Yeah.
it's that type of city. So
Yeah.
you're pretty closely connected with just about everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that has its pros and cons.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the cons are it's a little more conservative. It's less free, less loose, less liberal because if you do something that people will judge you negatively for,
Yeah.
a lot of people will know about it.
Yeah.
um, whereas in bigger cities, I've found they it tends to be much more free, much more liberal. People kind of do what they want to do, and it's more accepted.
Yeah.
Um, and then also you can meet someone and you could possibly never encounter them again
Yeah.
if you're living in a really big city. So
Yeah. I think it's interesting because in a busy city, you can almost get lost. So sometimes you lack that sense of community. And it can become a bit strange sometimes. I think generally English people, they don't really talk to each other that much unless they know each other. But I consciously make an effort to strike up a conversation with random people. So if I'd go into the supermarket, for example, something as simple as talking to the cashier, person at the checkout, asking them how their day is going, for example. Because sometimes a lot of the communication can be transactional. It can just be, okay, here's my bread, scan the bread, put it into the bag, and off you go. And you don't have that interaction there. So, but I think having that and consciously thinking of that, I think is important because from the person working there, I remember when I was a lot younger, I used to work in retail when I was 17, and the job was incredibly boring. So
yeah,
having that interaction with other people, it made the day go faster and having a chit chat. It didn't have to be anything very long, but also acknowledging the other person. I think it's nice. I think it's nice for your emotional well-being. But with society today, people are really busy. People are really stressed. People are in a hurry, especially in a busy city. You've always got
Yeah.
somewhere to go. You've got something important to do. So it's like you feel like you don't have that time to interact with the other person. But I think
Yeah.
taking that time, I think is good.
So, absolutely. And then, yeah, I guess that's easier to do some places than others, but
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. Perfect. And so do you have any other plans for today?
For today, I'm going to record a couple of YouTube videos
Yeah.
and then I'm going to get organized for the next week to make sure that I'm not scrambling when tomorrow morning comes around on Monday. So,
Yeah.
yeah. What about you?
A very quintessential thing. I think I'm going to have a cup of tea after this
Yeah.
and just put my feet up, see what's on Netflix, and just get ready for the week ahead. I quite like Sunday evenings, especially. So it's almost 6 o'clock here. So it's a
Right.
nice time to unwind for a few hours before bed because you can enjoy this time almost guilt-free because
Mm-hmm.
it's a Sunday. It's not a Monday where you think, all right, I've got a lot of things to do. So it's quite
Yeah,
a nice time where you can you don't have to feel guilty for not doing anything really. So it's nice. Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Avery, for joining me today. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, and thank you for having me, of course. And yeah, if you want to collaborate for anything else in the future, I'd be glad to.
Perfect. Thank you so much again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.